if Brian Tyson calls Commissioner Tucker and says, hey, Q, I think Union Pines, there's a violation of it. I think there's something going on. If she finds that there's not a violation, she just probably owes a courtesy call. She does not owe a final decision to either one of those schools. Again, I think it's perhaps the way that it's been operating, but there was some thought out there that perhaps there should be a final decision, but that truly in the effort of work and time management, that's probably not in the best interest of the position of work. And again, relative to those final decisions, you can see there are really three final decisions that must be issued, two of which are by the association directly, student participation rules and penalty rules. The other being officiating rules. When that is submitted, that is the final determination. The physical therapist piece, again, it's been in the works. It is in state law, but the state law says that the state board must pass a rule that incorporates this. So some have already begun to implement this because they felt like state law said they had to. But from this organization's perspective, now that it will be in state board policy and state board rules, a medical professional permitted to return a student athlete that has been removed from play for exhibiting signs and symptoms consistent with the concussion. Again, a licensed physical therapist is now permitted. I will share that there are some conversations going on about potential amendments or requests for amendments that would like to be a piece in there relative to physical therapists receiving training in concussion management. Because right now that is not a requirement, something that the sports medicine feels like if they're going to be managing concussion, they need some sports management concussion training. The next amendment clarifies that administrative organization finds that transfer was for a bona fide purpose. It may waive the 365. We already know that piece, but the amendment is relative to the rule administrator notifying both schools, not just the requesting school. So for example, if you have two schools that do not agree on a transfer, and then the receiving school then submits a waiver, whatever decision the association makes, they must notify the receiving school as well as the sending school so that the sending school is aware of what's going on with one of their former students. The next piece, again, is student participation rules. A big one, no change from what I presented last December, but again, this is one that's going to be highlighted. The amendment clarifies that excused absences under state board rules and policies are not factored in when calculating the attendance for previous semester. Was a small piece relative to perhaps whether it was local policy or state board rules, but it is now state board rules. They will also be formalized at either this meeting or next meeting. So by July 1, those state board rules relative to attendance policies will be factored in. And then the last one relative to rules and policy is a restructuring of the sequence, the procedural sequence relative to the appeals process. Prior to, and even now until July 1, the association had the opportunity to speak first, but the general counsels of each organization were in conversation and felt like that it was best that if the appealing school, that party has the opportunity to present their appeals first, similar to what you see in other systems of appeals, that would be best for both organizations, and then that would be followed by the state association. Just want to mention a couple of strategic plan initiatives that are critical to athletics. So some things that I'm working with the leadership team on. Again, Action 2 and Pillar 1, career development plans. We're working with CTE, and this is also starting to bleed over into physical education, trying to enhance the sports medicine program. We know that that's a pipeline or an area that is critical to our student athletes, to our athletic programs. So we want to make sure that we're enhancing that. I was able to hear Dr. Gaines speak at the state board meeting relative to CTE credentials, and I thought it was fabulous that we have that pipeline, and I felt like it was critical that we start to include sports medicine as a statewide program. So we're going to try to figure out some things that we can do to assist, because again, we know that it would help our full-time athletic trainers with some assistance, but also perhaps those students aren't in our athletic programs directly. We know the benefit, even if you're not in those participating as a roster player. The next piece is improving student and staff health and well-being. We're collaborating with the Research and Promising Practices, that's Dr. Sean Kellogg over at DPI, relative to chronic absenteeism. We know that athletics is one of the highest, if not the highest, dropout prevention program that you have in your school. So we want to make sure that that's highlighted in our efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism. Partnering with community and health service organizations to identify strategies to expand school-based health services. Again, we are working with the operations team, and what can we do to enhance the opportunities for you all to receive work from sports medicine providers, athletic trainers, certified athletic trainers. I've been fortunate enough to be on several calls with Jan and some folks in the field. Again, we're working with everybody. We're bringing everybody to the table to see if we can get some athletic trainers in interscholastic athletics. We are learning that athletic trainers, there's not a shortage of athletic trainers. There's a shortage in interscholastic athletics. So we have to figure out a way we get those into our program. I want to talk a moment about youth and teen mental health and first aid. As you know, that it was on the policy committee. But again, this came out of a collaboration with Senator Tedros out of the Charlotte area and his draft bill, Senate Bill 50, relative to the Coaches Care Act. Again, we felt like that this was a way to collaborate, to work together. And I think that's why you saw a collaborative proposal that we work with the senator, we work with the state association, we work with other professionals in this field to bring something to this board of directors that will benefit our student athletes in our athletic programs. And then as I wrap up toward the piece on strategic plan, celebrating public education success. I shared this with you many times. We feel like it's important that we share our story. If we don't share our story, someone else will. If someone else tells it, they're not going to tell it the way that we feel like it needs to be told. So I would encourage you, and I'll share this again in a moment. If you have stories that you feel like need to be shared, please share them with me. We can share those. We have a big database that we can share those with, from district personnel, school personnel, to administrative organizations, to other organizations that are in athletics, to, again, just share our story, celebrate excellence, and galvanize champions in our community to rally around interscholastic athletics. I want to touch a moment on the memorandum of understanding. Relative to the appeals, there were 6 that were submitted to our office. 3 of those were heard by an appeals board and a subpanel of that appeals board. 3 of those were withdrawn before we could schedule the appeal. I want to thank the NCHSAA and the staff for submitting the annual report and the annual audit in an extremely timely fashion. It is very beneficial to the collaborative work that we're doing together. So Commissioner Tucker, thank you to you and your staff for that. Just a quick piece about Infinite Campus and the student information system. We have tools for athletic directors, and we are continuing to build tools. One of the tools that we are building is the Scholar Athlete Report. I've been working with Alex Bass on that, so athletic directors know that that's coming and something that we anticipate on having in the near future for your use relative to scholar athletes. This is just an encouragement slide. I would ask that you encourage your EDI administrators to please make sure that your athletic administrators are entered into the system. This is the first year that there's been an athletic director tag in the system, but that helps us communicate whether we're sharing something we need to share, if Commissioner Tucker or Roy or anyone, one of the affiliates needs to access to our athletic administrators to share information, we can do that. Again, we are all about collaboration, but the more people that are in the system, the bigger our reach is. I would anticipate by now you've seen one of the 3 newsletters that has been released out of the Office of Athletics. Again, it's a way for us to collaborate. It's not just about what we're doing at the department. We're gathering information from all the organizations. We're able to share those stories, some of the other initiatives like Find Your Fit, Build Your Future. Just some things that we're really excited about. But I think the biggest thing is it shows collaboration, and it allows us to tell our story the way that it needs to be told. So again, as I wrap up, I thank you all for your work. We look forward to working with all of the organizations in North Carolina that benefits our student athletes, our athletic directors, our superintendents, our principals for the work on behalf of our student athletes. So thank you. I'll be glad to take any questions if there are any.
So Brad, after the time that you got in this role, what do you feel like working well with the collaboration that we have and with the MOU and really the organization as a whole with statewide school-based athletics? And what are some things that can be done to improve moving forward?
Well, thank you, Mark. And I think the biggest thing is that they have someone now in place that knows athletics from a policy perspective, what's going on in the field, someone that has contacts from principals, superintendents, coaches, and athletic directors. And I think it's been more collaborative than anything, and perhaps ever before, because the athletics position alone has not been there. There's been athletics that's been tied in with physical education, and I think that has been critical. I think just the liaison between the state association staff, the state association board has been critical in the work. When the state board addresses policies, they now have someone that can say, yes, I spoke to Commissioner Tucker. I spoke to President Gamey. I spoke to Roy Turner, whoever it may be, and it's just a direct relation of what's going on in the field. As far as perhaps improvement areas, I think we are on the same page now, and I think that's really good. But I think it's the continued collaboration, working with each other, which again has been there, and I think just continuing that work would be the best interest of both organizations.
Overlap.
Thank you, Dr. Gaines. I was leaning toward just saying whatever Austin said is my report. Sit down and see how sharp an individual Austin is. He was leader of the session there. He ended himself. He led us to where we were going. And his job was to engage the many students that were there, make sure there just wasn't a dry time in their area. Started the session with, he said, how many people out here have seen an official make a bad call? Every hand up. Proud of this young man. I feel like I've known him all my life. It is an honor to be here this morning, and I was starting to just say congratulations, Commissioner Tucker. It's just been an honor working with you. I think about Dr. Turner's book. Don't just play the game, change the game. You definitely have that book. You play the game, change the game. I remember the first time I met you several years ago at a regional basketball game. I was speaking with a coach and you came by and y'all started chatting. Who's that? That's your mom. I was, but it has been an absolute honor. You're leaving this organization better than you found it, and it's been an honor working. Both on serving on this board. My report today, I want to chat about it's all noise. And I love what Dr. Gamey said. This leadership is how do you navigate through noise? It's never going to go away. You don't have to be loud, but how do you hold steady, navigate through the noise? That has been what I see sitting in these board meetings. Process, you trust the process, you adjust the process, and you can continue to follow the process. And I see that more clearly. Definitely, I am committed to communicating that better and more. Compensation for officials, compensation period is a part of the conversation for any and all. Having a benefit package, a compensation packages not a dirty word. Great organizations have the strategy to, we look at this, if we can afford to do it, if we can, we move on and try to make other areas better, just like you would in the other organization. And I see that commitment from this board. I see that commitment from this board. And while I want officials to have more pay, I love advocating. I love the conversations and interactions that we have here, and we will continue to communicate that. What I do know is most of the time, just because it's the loudest noise does not mean it's the belief of an entire organization. I've had officials that have been working for 30, 40 years and see this as almost a service beyond officiating a football game or a basketball game. They enjoy it. So we'll continue to work on that. I appreciate the dialogue we have here, and we'll continue to move forward and support officials and, most important, student-based athletics. As an assignment, I see it's my job as a leader to, you can almost get a software to assign games. There are softwares that do just that, but there's an art to officiating, and there's an art to assigning. Every certain game requires officials on a different level, not just visible, but somebody that can manage the game better. So as an assigner and regional assigners across the board, we're working together. And here's the changes that we've made that just from last year. There is a training the trainer for football. So there are 8 or 9 football associations across the state. We're meeting together as a group in Charlotte this year. And what we hope to see is if you're at a game in Smoky Mountain High or Hamlet Cove, you see the same mechanics. Not to see perfection, but it is close to that same mechanics you get, the better you have an opportunity to make the ball. So those are some of the things that we're doing. There's a basketball association in our state. They have podcasts every week. On that podcast, their assigners interviewing coaches this week, athletic directors next week. What are you expecting? What went well? What could make your experience better? So a lot of things are going on from a regional assignment standpoint. I'm going to still stand and bring new podcasts myself. So we've already started that. So one of the things that I'm committed to, and as the leader of my organization, it takes everybody working together for a solution for any problem. We talk about sportsmanship. You can't fix it. I can't fix it. We can fix it. We'll just continue to work. It may not be a fix, but we see where we are and adjust. And this is something I never thought I would do. You teach officials, here are the rules. Let's watch a dozen plays, and this is how you respond to those plays. And this and next step for us, leadership development in terms of communication. It's like you do in your work. You've got to have those classes. I've got those classes lined up, and hopefully, not only better officials, they'll be better in life in terms of after going through these particular classes. So how do you respond? How do you move forward? So, that is my report. I enjoy working with this group. It is the vehicle to get things moving forward for student athletes. In turn, we bring officials with us, and we bring all those athletic directors, because we're all in this thing together, as Dr. Gee said. And I'll shut up. Any questions for me this morning about officiating, where we're headed, etc.?
If you were to say, what's the one thing on your radar for tomorrow moving forward? That's official, big group of officials. And in the situation we're in. Our current.
Well, for me, the takeaway from this meeting, or the training meeting, is I try to communicate with my officials, but I'm gonna continue to have conversations with regional assigners. It is our job, our responsibility to lead our organization. We get resources from Eddie, communications from this particular staff. You do an amazing job. Every phone call I have is answered. How do we better communicate that? And that's one. And two is the piece about communication. You gotta be professional regardless of what's going on. And a lot of my fish about that, teachers and principals and small business owners, farmers, you know, they know how to do those things, and I can see it quickly when we go through the classes and asset. So that's for me.
And, you know, we talked in, I think it was in committee, you were in the committee yesterday,
I was.
and we talked about, you know, don't compare yourself to everybody else, compare yourself to yourself. And can we move forward from where we are? I mean, every organization I've been involved in, trying to get better from where we are. And I appreciate the officials, as I said yesterday, I know that, we hear a lot, and I appreciate you. I have front row seat to, Albert and I are the same community. I see Albert, I see the influence of Albert in our community a lot, and I appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate your commitment to continuous improvement. Because we're gonna get better in areas, and it's gonna happen over time. We're gonna be new challenges, and that's part of meeting new challenges. We're getting better. Thank you.
So I do, and I want to sort of preface this, so I don't seem like I'm bashing referees or I'm not. So we had a lot of discussion in committees about fees and about improving the pay outcomes for officials. My question is, what are we going to be doing to sort of improve you talked about the mechanics. How do we improve the product that we are seeing? How do we standardize it so that one game I have a set of refs making these type of calls, in the very next game, the set of refs is making a totally different set of calls in the same scenario. So maybe you talk to me about that. How do we standardize the product that we're putting on the field?
That is a fair question. And it starts with, as I said, train the trainer, that kind of thing. I think that will move us in a general direction. I remember a comment you made in a meeting yesterday. I just changed my mindset in terms of comparing to different areas in terms of salary. As an educator, you got to compare to your needs and you want to be union area. So I definitely respect that question. But as I said earlier, every great organization has a conversation about pay, a strategy about pay. You know what comes with that? Performance. There's money, 3% or 10% or whatever it happens to be. You have conversation about quality and performance. And I don't know how we grade, but I do know that there are in our organizations, officials are ranked. I have different classes for each rank. That the official knows his or her position. And we have dialogue, or how do I move to section 2? And that is a great question, and that should always come. We talk about compensation. What do I get for that, right? As a leader, you should ask that question, and I should have a response to that.
You know, one thing, you see ball games, and you see everybody comes to see the game. One thing catches my attention a lot, particularly when you get the state championships, the officials who come to support their colleagues who are selected to officiate, and whether it's football, basketball, whatever the sport is. And it's just fun to watch that camaraderie when they're sitting together, and or they may come early because they've got the next game, and it's the amount of pride in the officials. It's just, I think that gets overlooked, their pride in what they're doing and the pride in their teamwork and camaraderie. It's really special. And that catches my all the time at these events, because it's kind of like I say, school systems. You've got to have students, staff, and parents. Well, you can't have games without the athletes, the coaches, and the officials. It's fun to watch, and I appreciate it. I appreciate your continued communication back and forth with us, and we will continue to support the officials the very best we can in Florida Direct.
I love this position, having an opportunity to advocate. You mentioned earlier about getting phone calls several years. We got a phone call in this board. The best part of myself. The best part. State championship out there. People. Talking to their spouse, you can't believe what's going on. Thank you for your time. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry.
I thought, if Austin has a question, I wasn't gonna take it, but since it's Austin has it, I will.
So please excuse me for being out of order here, I'm not trying to disrupt y'all's graduating or whatnot, but, the question I have is, and it's kind of long, I'm sorry, shorten it up. Officials that ref games, if they have affiliations with those schools or, like, say they grew up in Charlotte, and they went to like West Charlotte, and they grow up and they become ref, and they end up reffing that game, they can have a bias towards that school's outcome. Is there a way to filter reffing games that they may be affiliated with in any kind of way to where you don't have a bias towards certain calls? You know what I mean?
I do, and there is a way, there's got a, I won't say a nice email, but a pretty serious email from Eddie last week reminding officials about, conflict of interest. In my association, if we have it, some of my area of responsibilities, I tell officials, after you graduate, it's been 10 years after graduation, we can have a conversation about you officiating a game at your respective school. Rarely is it at home, if it occurs, but we try to keep officials away from schools they've graduated from, schools in which they have connections with a spouse or somebody that works with teachers at the school. I've got assistant principals that appreciate, and I've got to send them outside of my particular area to keep them from any school. So great question, but there are measures in place. It's just that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. All right, next we have, Joe Franks from the North Carolina Coach Association. He is with us remotely, I do believe.
Well, I hope everybody can hear me okay without too much feedback. And you're gonna love this. I'm talking on the computer. I'm watching you on the phone. So if you can give me a thumbs up, then I'll know we're good. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And Rhonda, thank you for flipping me through the slides here. First of all, I would much prefer to be there with you in person. There is no doubt about that. But I do appreciate your letting me speak this morning and go over our presentation because didn't have the opportunity to do that in December, unfortunately. But things are progressing. First of all, before I get going, Commissioner Tucker, let me give you a profound thanks from me personally, but from the North Carolina Coaches Association. Here, you and I have known each other since the mid-1980s when you were coaching at Bridgeville and I was directing sports medicine at Bridgeville. You've been a state leader for coaches, for administrators, and now, as you came into the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, one of the things that you wanted to do, and you told everybody that you wanted to do, was to create a national model, and you've been doing that. So I congratulate you on what you have accomplished and appreciate you tremendously.
Thank you, Joe.
Rhonda, just flip the next one. This looks a little bit different than previous screens because if you remember last fall during the regional meetings, Brad Alford came in and said that we're going to have not just a triangle between the Coaching Association, the High School Athletic Association, and the ADs Association, but now we're going to have a diamond with DPI. And I'm thrilled about that. I think Brad has done a great job in coordinating and integrating DPI and what DPI does with what all of our organizations do. So my flowers on PowerPoint may not be great to make it a diamond. The next screen shows our board of directors. Now, our board of directors is reflected by the new educational districts that DPI has established, and I know that everybody is working toward that to get on the same page. Okay, next screen, Rhonda, thank you. In terms of our officers, we've got Richard Bailey from Scotland as our vice president, and he'll take over for Josh Brooks this summer when we go to the coaching clinic. Okay, next screen. This is gonna be the biggie when we talk about the coaching clinic, or what I would like to call our coaching convention. At each one of your spaces this morning, Kim Newman was kind enough to put down one of our brochures. And this brochure went out late last week. Your coaches, your members, and associates received this in the mail. And within this, you've got a brochure about the coaching clinic, and important, very important fact sheet that's in yellow, our CPR and our athletic injury management sheet. We feel like everything has come together really well, and we're going to have an outstanding clinic Monday, July 20 through Wednesday, July 22. You all know that we work extremely well with the High School Athletic Association and with the Athletic Directors Association. Matter of fact, it starts off on Monday. You know, when we got a new AD orientation, everybody talks about the AD's breakfast. Jana, Jana, you'll be happy to know that I do have ice on my hip right now, so that's good. Good job. But Jana wanted to do something with wrestling, and so what we're going to do is we have put in time on Monday, before Coach Lanham starts his afternoon session, where Jana can get with some of the SMAC folks to talk about issues that specifically deal with wrestling. So I'm tickled that we were able to do that. In addition, we'll have that space available for the South session, and if you need to do that, need to work with that, it's going to be available. I want to thank the NCHSAA staff again for doing the rule sessions in the afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They have been extremely popular and well attended with our coaches at the clinic. And one other thing I did want to mention yesterday as I was listening to the working session in the afternoon, Sam Jones mentioned in the policy committee report about the youth mental health first aid training. And you've heard me speak about particularly at the regional meetings that we are associated with an organization called the Jason Foundation that is a national leader in suicide prevention awareness. And every month, all of our members and associates get a snippet email, an informational email from the Jason Foundation. So, hey, we're on the same page. This is another example of what we do together and how our missions integrate with each other to help out coaches and student athletes and schools across North Carolina. Rhonda, go ahead and flip to the legal issue. You should have this. It just came out. I sent it to you. I know if you don't have it yet, he will be sending it out. The legal issues in high school athletics that we are proud to be able to provide to all of our members and associates, but again, through NCHSAA, all of the board members are able to get this as well, and I hope you find it information. Go ahead and flip one, Robert. Our new NCCA initiative that I mentioned at the AD's conference in March, one that we're particularly excited about is called Tomorrow's 25 Coaching Fellowship. There's an organization in Mississippi that started a cohort-based model to recognize outstanding young coaches in their state. It's almost like some of you are familiar with, let's say, Leadership Charlotte or Leadership Greensboro or Leadership North Carolina. This is very similar. And we're taking, North Carolina signed on. We were the third state to sign on to this. And we're in the process right now with a selection committee of picking that first cohort that will be announced this summer. And we are extremely excited about this. And I believe they've added, let's see, so Mississippi was the first, South Carolina was the second, North Carolina is the third, and I believe they've added Arkansas. The other one down at the bottom on this sheet or this page, from my coaching tree is an organization that helps schools and coaches. One of the things they do is placement. And so we have an opportunity. A few schools are taking advantage of this, but you remember, as we all did, years ago, NCHSAA had a job board and kind of got away from that a little bit. Just became very cumbersome. This organization has been able to do this in a few states, Texas, but they offered something to our ADs. And like I said, a few schools have taken. Go ahead, Ron. The next one. Our website's nccoach.org. That's going to get real big because that's where we have all the clinic information. We'll have clinician information. That will be updated. It is updated right now with clinicians, but I'm working on getting all of their topics. And when we do that, we'll have the clinic scheduled in there and ready to go. EastWestAllStars.com. I know that might be an old slide, but that's everything that goes along with our All-Star game. We have both basketball and soccer now in conjunction with the clinic in the summer, and we have football in December. Go ahead, Rhonda. Our two social media accounts on X and on Facebook are webpage kind of on Facebook, popular. Follows are increasing. Earl Vaughn, and many of you remember Earl, long time and Hall of Fame member and sports writer, has taken that up for us, and he does a fantastic job. Go ahead and flip, Robin. It's a little strange, but you know, to be able to speak with you, but over the past 2 days, to be able to see you, to see my friends, and to listen to you, what we're doing is, right now especially, could not be any more important for our student athletes, for our schools in North Carolina. We're a phone call or an email away. If anyone has a question, please just send me an email and I'll follow up to it. Again, Dr. Danny, thanks. I hope it worked out. I hope I didn't. And I'll be looking forward to watching and listening to the rest of the meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Franks. Thank you for all you do. Any questions with Frank before we move on? All right, this time we're going to bring up Roy Turner, North Carolina Athletic Director Association, with an update on the athletic director.
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity, Commissioner Tucker, board members. Just a great opportunity here, and very much appreciated. To come up and talk to you again. Gosh, we've known each other a long time. I mean, it's 91 years since in this office. I just mentioned this morning to Dane, and when I walked in here, I said, "You think of these folks here and how our job has changed in years, and just imagine and not only close the doors, but cut the lights off, that they start having a conversation of the conversations that happen in here and how that has changed over the years. But, again, I want to say some more things here at the end. But anyway, each year, this is something we started about 5 years ago, and this is probably one of the, I hope this will be somewhat part of my legacy a little bit. Went through it. We allow each of our presidents come up with a theme for each year, and Brad Henson's our president this year. And this year is make waves and lead boldly. And again, my thing is our most important currency is the leadership that we provide to our student athletes, our coaches, our students and our school buildings and everything else, and superintendents and principals. But the most important thing for us is to make sure that we keep the purpose of education-based athletics the main thing. And I think that's something we sometimes get lost in a little bit as we go through that. So this year's theme is, again, a call to action. It's a call to action to say, what systems and processes do we currently have that need to be changed? What is working? What do we need to continue to drive, to power through and make sure it happens and provide, and what needs to be changed? As James Clear said, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our processes and systems. So we need to constantly be looking at how those things change. And this call to action this year is going to be part of that. You see, again, our board of directors, our president, everything you see at the top there. We do have 2 positions right now we're getting ready to fill. It's in Region 2 and in at large A. Mike Dunphy came on in executive leadership. But we are again committed to being a professional, member-driven organization that provides leadership, mentorship, resources, and services for all athletic directors. So we want to continue to make sure that we are pushing towards that. And again, you can get all this information right off of our website. 6 organizations, and we say again, one goal: promote positive relationships, enhance leadership skills and opportunities for all stakeholders. So we're going to continue to build upon the relationships we have, enhance those daily, providing those resources, making things available to everyone. Again, probably, Brad, we're going to probably include the NCBPI here, just as you've done here with the Diamond, with Joe here just a minute ago. This was probably a national model, again, not to take the thunder away from those comments about what Q has actually done. But Bobby Guthrie came to me about 15 years ago, and he said, "Boy, let's write a handbook on how to be an athletic administrator." That's what he said. I'll do it with you, but only if we make it digital, because it has to be a living document that changes daily. And so we started this, and we created this toolbox and started putting information in there so we can go. Doing and the world around us has continued to change. This is a new thing that we started last year, and I'm very excited to be able to just launch this the 1st of May. We now have a video box. You go to professional development, go down in there, now just put your email address in. All of our members can get access to all of the videos and presentations that were presented last year at the conference and this year at the conference. Opening keynote sessions, Q's presentation each year. So again, I'm really excited about this, because what this has done is this now has opened us up 24/7 as an opportunity for us to get information out and bring the best practices to our ADs here in North Carolina. So really excited about this and know this is moving in the right direction. Why should you review again as a principal or superintendent? And again, it's ADs that are in here. If you raise your hand, if you members of ADs that are in here, just make sure. Certified, national certified, I appreciate you guys for that. Why get involved again? We're building. We have the best of the best. We have after school, again, we're training for everything. We're looking for when, like I said, the event somebody shows up on campus, it should be there. We're doing training for things. We prepare for the worst, but we're planning for the best. And I think that's the key. Certification is a big part. National recognition. What we're doing here. And if you've not been, again, Joe mentioned the AD breakfast. But I'll tell you what, you have a question. Same I say this here at the principal's meeting. Welcome to join us in Greensboro, 8 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Come in and listen to those student athletes read their essays about the impact that education-based athletics have had on their life. Your eyes will sweat a little bit. But it confirms what you do the way you do it. Membership benefits, liability insurance, again, state national awards and partner with parents and community members. We continue to build upon those things. Some professional development opportunities here are coming up. Again, as I said, our Summer Leadership Academy. We are actually going to be teaching about 9 classes during that time. Registration is open on the website. Our leadership breakfast, as I just mentioned, on Tuesday, the 21st. And then national conference in Phoenix, Arizona this year, and our state conference back down in Wilmington in March. You know, I'm on classes with ours again. These are available all the time to the NCHSAA. So you see some things again, why you should get involved again, as we said, the marketplace is something else we just created. It's a 24/7, 365 that can go in and see any of the vendors or partners that were at the conference and be able to get access to them and go directly and talk to them. But, you know, some of the numbers you can see here, and I'll put these up real quick. As of 471. Now, again, you start thinking we only have 46 schools. So you see we have more than 100% participation. That's continuing to grow. When I took this job over 2015, we had 0 dealer members. So again, you see that kind of growth, 500, almost 500. That's our target right now. We're starting to figure out where we're going to go. 236 ADs came to the state conference. It's almost 50%. Transformational leadership, you get to see again. Most of the ones who've taken there, 127, 127 to 236. And then awards. That's the thing I felt most about. We get to celebrate the impact and influence that some of our books have with our ADs of excellence, our citations, our AD of the year, our Hall of Fame inductions, and everything else. So again, who would you share best ideas and practice? So to navigate the journey ahead as we make waves and leap forward, and that's my challenge moving forward. So my final slide today, and I try to always leave you with something to make you think, to make me open your mind and think a little bit. This will be a little bit about Q2. In 1974, obviously, you know, I know it's not going to believe this, especially with John saying he was only 42 years old last night. But in 1974, I was a senior in high school.
Oh, like 1974.
But in 1974, believe it or not, I was a senior in high school. Lou Holtz was our keynote speaker at Dudley High School for our senior banquet. And if I had been just like today, and again, that's my challenge always in leadership, is if you knew now what you wish you had known then. And so he basically told us these 3 things. I didn't write them down. Right? Plus, he was in NC State and I was on East Carolina. So that if you know anything about that, that was down. So he gave us these 3 things. Do what's right. And think about this. Challenge this. You do your job every day. Now, take away from you. Do what's right. There's never the wrong time to do the right thing. There's never the right time to do the wrong thing. But if you do what's right, and you always have that in mind, if you make a mistake, you can own it and move forward. And don't repeat it. So that's, Dr. Gandy said this earlier. Leadership is hard. Kara Lawson said again, we have to find a way to handle hard better. Because once we find a way to handle hard better, we give them harder things to do. We continue to challenge them. And that's what our programs do. Do everything to the best of your ability. Commit to excellence. Excellence has to be the standard. If you fail, it wouldn't be because I wasn't given that effort, right? Exceed expectations to create an exceptional experience every day in every person that you meet. Look at them as if they had a sign on their chest that says, make me feel special. And if you do that, you can build those relationships. Show people you care, love and respect, right? We talked about this yesterday. We were reading the summary and the survey and that kind of stuff. But show people that you care. It's not about being in charge. It's how you care for those in charge. It's not about the title that you have. It's about the relationship we build with the people that we work with. And I think that's the coach said every person you meet asks themselves these 3 questions when they meet you. Do this is where you come back in. And I trust you. Are you committed to excellence? and you care about me? Are you willing to help me become the best version of myself? And I can think unequivocally in my tenure working with you. Yes. So that's my challenge. So as we look at this, we lead boldly, right? Making waves, leading boldly. I'm gonna give you something just to walk away with a little bit. Thank you on that, sir. Right? She's making waves. She's creative. She's facing things straight forward. Never taking a step back. And that entire time. But who on your staff right now currently sees that wave coming and gets knocked on their butt? Gets knocked down, but you gotta get back up. And who else on your staff and who on your student athletes sees that wave coming, they rally to future success? It's all about perception, preparation, and then he said those 4 E's. Right? Exceed expectations, exceptional experience, trying to great. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Turner, and thank you, Brad, Albert, and in that meeting, I'm just gonna watch. And I told another colleague, same thing, I said, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm just gonna try not to get myself in trouble in that room first. But over time, you start seeing how these different groups work with the board of directors, and it's very powerful. And and over time, you know, you learn more when you got to your presentations on day 2. And so appreciate y'all, appreciate your continued efforts to forge relationships, build relationships, Brad. Appreciate your extra efforts in the last year to increase our relationship with DPI, and of course Albert and Joe and Roy. It's kind of, I expect to hear from you every time now, and so one day I'll miss those days, and it's just always fun to hear the great work you're doing in your organization. All right, well, I also want to recognize we do have some media here, and I'm sorry I did not recognize you at the beginning. It's been a long time. It was back before the COVID pandemic. We used to have media here particularly on this day, and you guys were here yesterday. High school teams, thank you for covering us. And you're always welcome to our public meetings, and we appreciate you being here. And I'm sorry I overlooked it. I don't even think I mentioned yesterday. So sorry about that. I love seeing what y'all post all the time. So, but we have come full circle. You coming back, they kind of come full circle to where we were before the pandemic. So I remember when I first got on the board, there was multiple people involved. So thank you for covering us, and thank you for getting to promote what we're doing. And we understand that every time we do something, it may not be the most always liked by everybody, but we're going to try to do what's right for kids at all times. That's what our decisions are. What's right for kids across the great state of North Carolina, student athletes. So this time, I'm going to ask you've got a motion for us, Garrett?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for attorney-client privilege.
There a second?
A second.
All right, second. All in favor, raise your power. Okay, board members, we're going to go in closed session, and then we are going to come out. After closed session, we'll come out and take about a 7-minute, 30-second break, and then we'll be back in. We got to go with our committee work, okay? Okay. We're good? All right, I want to call us back into session. We are going to start moving through our committee reports and our actions. So I'll turn the first report over to Mark Garrett with Finance and Personnel.
Vice President Gainey, my pleasure to share the report out from the Finance and Personnel Committee before we get started. I really want to thank the contributions of our fellow committee members, Vice Chair Dana Ayers, Matthew Cheeseman, Don Tiff, Brian Tyson. We also appreciate our staff members who help guide us through these situations and provide the details that we need in order to be informed and make decisions. That is Mr. Hugh Tucker, Karen DeHart, and Forrest. Thank you for the work that went into these discussions and preparation. As we go down, item number one is the investment summary. We heard from the board yesterday, the investment for the association, and we got a favorable report based on the volatility of the market and how their moves and investment strategies have helped us waiver those volatile times and kind of smoothed out that piece of it, as we all are dealing with different things in the world. Forum Group has been a long time partner with the association and has been very beneficial in the bottom line as it helps us meet those funding gaps that we have from year to year on the operating budget and the revenue. Any questions on that piece? All right, item number two, discussion only as well. That is an update and a review on the 25-26 operating budget and the expenditures through the third quarter. So we're reminded that that's 75% through the year. A couple of highlights there as we are thinking about the 8 classifications and what that is doing to the operations of the association, especially as it manages the budget and impacts the budget. So we have the fall championship numbers in full, again, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side. But we are still awaiting the final numbers from winter. We have most of those in, but awaiting those final numbers to see what the impact of the winter season was. And then the spring numbers obviously are to come pending those state championships that will be here before we know it, now that we're in May. 75% through the fiscal year though, and the budget is tracking right along with the expenditures that we were anticipating through the first 3 quarters. So be glad to entertain any questions you may have on that budget. Okay. All right, number 3, again, another discussion item, the 25-26 sports comparison is to review the financial reports relative to the individual sports. You have that report and saw that report. A couple of pieces that the expanded championships did drive up the expenditure costs, but there were some venue changes. So really hard to compare the numbers that we're seeing right now with previous years as we have been looking at 4 classifications instead of the 8. So you're talking a year or 2 before we really see the level impact of what that expansion has done. A couple of points there that we are in the net positive for the championships at this point, but again, you still have to do spring championship as well. Any questions on that item at this point? All right, number 4, the cash option, reviewing the cash ticket option during the playoffs. We put into place last year to ensure that at all NCHSAA playoff games that a cash option was allowed for opposed to we're coming to buy tickets. And although it does add an extra step of work and time to process that cash option, we all know that it's legal tender and something that a lot of our crowds end up dealing with. I think it's been a little bit of a surprise of just how many folks continue to take advantage of the cash option when it comes to attendance. So more than anticipated. So really, I think it was a good move by this board to go ahead and just clarify with our member schools that for any playoff game, any playoff contest, that your crowd that's coming in and you have to purchase a ticket, you can cash. I do know that in my neck of the woods, that has been very, very helpful
continue to be helpful with crowds that aren't as savvy with technology. And sometimes on campuses where technology doesn't work great, sometimes due to the terrain that we deal with in a certain area of the state that's out west. So, again, as we continue to, make sure that folks out there listening know that when you attend an NCHSAA playoff contest, that you are able to use cash to purchase that ticket. Any questions on that piece? Senior Tar Heel card. This comes up from time to time, and just a good chance to remind folks that the Senior Tar Heel card came into existence from the Department of Health and Human Services, and that is where it lives and breathes. So the association does not issue those cards. The association simply helps provide a discount. And really for playoffs, we have extended the opportunity to allow folks to have a legitimate Tar Heel senior card and identification that matches along with that to attend playoff games at no cost. So that is for the card holder to be able to attend those playoff contests at no cost. It is up to the local member schools how they manage that senior Tar Heel card discount opportunity during the regular season. The association only has given directive, provided that one card with ID allows it. So just some clarification there. Anyone who's out there listening that is wondering how they can get a Tar Heel senior discount card, just connect with their local Department of Health and Human Services, or they can go on the website, and I think it will guide them through that process and where in the state there are some regional places you can pick those up. But again, member schools have jurisdiction over that discount and how they apply that discount through the regular season and through NCHSAA playoffs is when we allow admission for the card holder. We do have one action item that we bring before this esteemed board this morning, and that is the approval of a TPG contract renewal. We are ending up a current 5-year relationship with TPG. For those listening, that is Teal Properties Group. That is the third party that we use to help with our partnership development as an organization. So we obviously have the ability to connect with sponsoring organizations, sponsoring companies, businesses who would like to be affiliated and provide some benefits to the association and the member schools. So we use the Total Property Group, or TPG for short, to manage that. We are again ending our current 5-year contract. There are 2 options that we may look at as an association and as a board. One is to again renew a 5-year contract, or we have been presented with an opportunity to do a 10-year contract. The difference in the 5 and the 10-year contract are some incentives that TPG is putting forth for opting into the longer relationship, and that will equate to $450,000 in bonus money coming to the association in the first 10 years to be used as the fit, and also around an extra $20,000 per year on the revenue that they have produced up to this point. Now, the 50-50 share for a new business would still be there. All other terms are the same in the 5 and the 10, with the exception of an extra $20,000 a year, approximate on some sponsorships that they will provide, and then the $450,000 incentive bonus for having that longer relationship. After staff input and research and in discussion with our finance and personnel committee, we do bring that before the board as a motion, and our recommendation would be to opt into the 10-year contract with TPG. And Mr. President, I do bring that in the form of a motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mark Garrett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Cheeseman. All in favor, raise your paddle.
Seventeen.
17. All opposed, raise your paddle. Motion carried, approved, 10-year contract. Thank you, Mark. Committee?
Our next item is an update from the foundation trustees. A good reminder to the public that the NCHSAA Foundation Incorporated is a separate 501c3 entity with a separate board of trustees, and they govern the functions and the management of the funds that used to be known as the endowment. So you've heard us for years talk about the endowment. So the endowment is decoupled from the NCHSAA as an organization, and it's run by this separate 501c3. This has been in place now for about 2 years. And we do have some staff who serve in an advisory capacity, but there is no governance at all from the NCHSAA or the board of directors over that funding. Now, a good reminder too that this NCHSAA Foundation Inc. can provide grants to schools and scholarships to students directly. The association is no longer allowed to do that, so that now comes from this separate 501c3. We can only do donor-directed scholarships, so that remains as well. So this all came about as a result of Senate Bill 42, which was signed into law in 2023. So again, after a couple of years of this foundation in existence, here is a little update since we had our last meeting in December of 2025. Since December 2025, this organization has approved $59,250 for scholarships and awards in the current school year. The Foundation Incorporated also has approved recommendations for grants from external evaluation teams in the amount of $118,940.88 for the 25-26 grant cycle. That's money that has gone directly to member schools for various projects. So pending the April report, calculations will begin for the 25-26 school year in distribution. So all member schools will get a distribution from NCHSAA Foundation Incorporated in this current year. They will receive something from the foundation. The foundation board of directors are determining that amount now. That will come again directly to those member schools. Future goals for this organization continue to be to come to a full board. So their board members currently include Dr. Bill Steed, Dr. Bill Miller, Dr. Kathy Spencer, Dr. Anna Hips, Mark Manfield, Andre Lassiter, and Neil Blankenship, and they're looking to round that out with 2 additional members. And they also have some plans to host a golf fundraiser with silent auction in August of 2027. So that would be a year. So really appreciate Dr. Bill Steed for chairing the foundation board and for also providing this report and update to both the association and the membership. And then personnel updates. We have 2 big pieces of that. One is a director of sports and championships that has been hired. That is Ms. Cindy Harrell. Cindy will join the association from Franklin High School in Macon County. Some of you may need to look at way west of that. So if you hit Georgia, turn around and you're in Macon. So we welcome Cindy. I know she is set to start for the end of this month. But excited to get her on board and get her started. And seems to me there's been an announcement about our commissioner, the NCHSAA commissioner. So we knew at some point this retirement announcement would come. I think a lot of us on this board were hoping that it would come after we served on this board. But as Commissioner Tucker has said, when you said all you know, it's time to go. I've heard her say that a few times. So he's not said all she knows yet, because you'll be with us through the end of September. But then at that point, we will bring in a new commissioner. We have a search committee right now that is looking at gathering those applications, which are due by May the 17th for anyone out there. That communication has gone out in multiple newsletters, and it's available on the NCHSAA website. We will
begin that application review after the deadline on May the 17th, and begin that interview process with a goal of naming a new commissioner sometime this summer, and getting them started probably in September to be able to come to those regional meetings of our membership and start to meet the member schools. That is the goal. We will see how that goes. I said we want to be right, better than right now. So we want to make sure we find that right commissioner to get forward. But whoever it is will have big shoes to fill, as we know. Just as Mr. Tucker has built on the previous executive directors and commissioners that we have had, we will be looking for someone who can lead this organization forward. But I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity, as many others have and will do, to at least hand a few flowers out to Commissioner Tucker for the outstanding job he has done, both on the local, state, and national level to elevate school-based athletics in the greatest. One thing I have always appreciated about our commissioner is I don't have a conversation with her that she doesn't mention students and she doesn't mention student athletes. I think that is a legacy that I will take forward and try to hold myself to that same standard as well, because we got into this business with our eyes wide open, Commissioner, and we know what we're asking for when we step in. And as Commissioner Tucker has shared many times, that is our focus, our student athletes. So thank you, Commissioner Tucker, for your service. We're not done. We got big plans until you get out of here, and we'll continue to move forward. So those are the two personnel items. One thing that I did want to mention too, for our folks who are out there wondering in our member schools, there's been some discussion about the balls and what those balls will be used for the coming school year, for the 26-27 school year. So just want to mention that those contracts are being finalized right now. We had our chance to weigh in as a board and voted as a board to approve some of those initial contracts, and now the staff is working to finalize those contracts, and schools will be notified once they are finalized. So once that process is complete, our schools will find that out. Also, a great reminder that just because this is the list of all that will be used in the playoff round where the association provides the equipment, regular season is not under the jurisdiction of this association. So member schools are certainly welcome to use whatever balls that they prefer. We are just talking about those that will be used in those playoff rounds where the equipment is provided. And President, that ends up mine, and let's start our questions.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Appreciate all the work of the Finance Personnel Committee. At this time, we will bring up Sam Jones, who will present information to the Policy Committee.
Good morning. I'm Sam Jones. I'm of course serving as the chair of the policy committee. I thank Alan Plaster, vice chair, Dollar and King, Brad Alford, and Mr. Baker. Mr. Wendell Hall was not able to attend, but he was signed on that committee. Agenda item number 1 is the use of shoulder pads during summer football workouts in 7 be discontinued. That we ask that be tabled, as the committee thinks that we need a joint recommendation and get input SMAC and football coaches together due to potential unintended consequences of taking opportunities away from students. We do believe that there needs to be something done on that, and we need to flesh out some details so we don't put some too much of a burden on trainers, making sure they have those actually across the state when it comes to that. And ultimately, just don't want to take opportunities away from student athletes. Number 2 is the youth mental health first aid training. All head coaches, it reads on there, the head assistant paid volunteer, etc. We're going to mark out head assistant paid volunteer, etc. And it's going to be, we should read all head coaches shall be required to complete youth mental health in first aid training program once every 3 years. Options will be provided to satisfy the requirement. The NFHS Learn Coaching and Mental Wellness has a free class, National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Youth and Mental Health, first aid, or an option presented by the school to the NCHSAA. I want to be clear that this is, we want to start off, someone thinking of the phase-in program. We believe that Joe Franks, as he mentioned earlier with the Jason Foundation, that our coaches do need to make sure that we're working with young people, how to recognize the need or how to respond when the students share information. We also want to get it right. And so we think by starting with the head coaches, working through some of our resources already with the NHS network, let's do that and make sure, because our school systems, LEA already have a lot of things in place as well. And so we want to make sure we get it right. And so this committee is recommending we start with head coaches at this time. And I will be bringing that to the formal motion.
So yeah, in your committee discussion, what was the determining factor of the head coaches again versus the all coaches?
Well, it was brought to us a couple of volunteers, and I think we discussed that we do paid coaches, kind of balance, and this is the real conversations that happen, trying to balance the amount of tasks and already burden that our coaches do with trainings each year. And so making sure we have the right training that's appropriate as well. What we don't want is to provide training that talks about treating, to make sure we get the right training that recognizes so that we can guide into the appropriate profession and support places. And so some of the trainings that we looked at, they talked about the things that we can do, and we want to be clear of our roles as volunteers, as coaches. And so I think we need to make sure we get the appropriate training. You know, and volunteers, is that a position, the bus driver, the guy filming, or is that everybody working with young people? And so that's where we started. We did say at one point, we said, what if we did all paid by school system employees? And we realized we have a lot of non-faculty coaches out there. And so putting in a head coach at least ensures that every sport has somebody who is going through this training.
Certainly nothing would prohibit a district from expanding that training. I know that some districts are already doing mental health first aid as trainings with their staff or with volunteers or tutors, et cetera. But nothing in this action would prohibit or limit the number of adults who would receive the training.
Absolutely, and the NHS is a free training that it will be available for anybody, you know, so if grade E principals want to go ahead and start that requirement, it is available. I think from a state level, the fear was, are we really, do we have the resources, the best resources to give out? I will say, I think there's also conversations with some partners. Blue Cross has reached out, talking about maybe they're providing some people with some face-to-face training. And so I think that we're this thing in this unsafe will work through that and share that with the membership schools to do time if you want to do face-to-face training. And so how do you kind of hold people and coaches accountable as well? You know, if you're doing face-to-face training, they need to submit a certificate. And so it will be submitted through Dragonfly, is that correct? Or there'll be the other program. Any other questions?
All right, we have a motion on the table from Sam Jones. Is there a second? Second. Second from Alan Blaster. All right, all in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
It's 17.
17, all opposed? All right, motion passes.
The data collection method to form the decision making, such as sanctioning a new sport, the NCHSAA will provide the official data. All data needs to be accurately represented to the board, and this came from our experience in potentially sanctioning new sports. If we're getting information from everywhere, And so essentially it's, as a group works, maybe the patient for the future, it requires them to submit all their data to the High School Athletic Association. So that they can combine numbers and it can be accurately reflected. I will be bringing that to the board, for the vote as well.
Got a motion,
Sorry. Yes.
okay, we have a motion from Sam Jones, is there a second? Second, who is the second? Andy? All right, all in favor, raise your hand.
Seventeen,
All right, anybody opposed? We have 17 people voting, is that right?
yeah.
All right. All right, moving on, next up, thank you.
Use of backstroke legends to approve the optional use of backstroke legends in accordance with the NCHSAA allowance. Be effective for the 26-27 school year. The Swimming Diving Advisory Group, the regional supervisors, that brought this to us. And we are making a motion to board for the.
All right, any questions? Got a motion from Sam Jones, any questions? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Jamie? All right, Jamie King, all in favor, Rich Powell?
Seventeen,
17-0, motion passes. Okay, number 5, Sam.
The fourth requirement for diving judges. Also brought to us by the Swimming Diving Advisory Group and Swimming Diving Regional Supervisor to require judging springboard diving course on NFHS Learn for all diving judges and officials on an annual basis, effective the 26-27 school year. And I'll also make a motion for this.
All right, Sam Jones has a motion. Is there a second on the table?
Second.
Second. Chris Blanton, any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand.
17,
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
The sixth dive format for regional and state championship. Also brought to us by Swimming and Diving Advisory Group. Approve the sixth dive format. Now that the NFHS is allowing states to modify the number of dives performed by the participants during a state meet. It is noted that their required twist will remain in effect that is a current rule. That will be for the 26-27 school year. And I will be.
All right, Sam Jones made a motion. Is there a second?
second,
Second, anybody know what, anybody that twist up? So we're having a work session and we're gonna let Sam demonstrate, right?
We will have chiropractic.
Yeah, please get smack through ready. Any contacts they have, all right?
But Mr. President, I think these last 3 items are a great example of how this organization works. And, these are details that I have no clue about. And we're in our capacity to pass these actions. So that's why it's imperative for those member schools and the people who are involved in these activities day to day to work up through the informational channels that they have to both make us aware of the needs and changes with their specific sport and why they need to be involved with their principals in those member schools to get this information to this board. Because these are 3 great examples of changes that need to take place in a sport that I have zero expertise in. Especially with a twist, and the other got me was a backstroke ledge. I swam in ponds. We didn't have a backstroke ledge. We had a rock to try to figure out where the cows are.
Well, I will tell you, Mark, I did do my research on the backstroke ledge. And I did have a little bit of pause, and I thought 11 dives versus 6, I'm going with 6. So I do appreciate you, Bruce. I really do.
But in all seriousness, as you're out there listening and members, if you're in these sports
That's why working that information up through the correct channels and getting it, one, to the association staff to help you manage that for, but also when we meet with these meetings and you require action, making sure that we're able to get the correct information, because we are not experts and do not pretend to be, even though we understand the value of swimming and diving and certainly support it, we don't know the inner workings of it. So continue to work through those channels. Thank you.
So Sam, you made a motion. Do we have a second on this? Second. Eric, go ahead, second. All right, all in favor, raise your hand.
Seventeen.
All right, passes unanimous.
Number 7. Two different conferences. We did these, or excuse me, the Four Rivers Conference in Carteret County, two very similar proposals. To implement a cooperative team agreement policy that allows 2 schools to combine athletic programs in specific sport. With one or more of the schools cannot independently field a full competitive team due to limited participation, declining enrollment, or other challenges. In Carteret County to revise the current athletic eligibility requirements to allow students to participate in sports at the nearest neighboring school in the same district, provided that their home school does not offer that sport. The student are limited to the next closest school in the district that offers the sport. The onus of transportation to the receiving school is on the student's parents. I know we talked about this in the winter time, and then we said, special schools, combined ABM, how do you do it based off enrollment? I think that's where it's in the MOU, and then the bylaw now that, or bylaw, but on the MOU, we're mandated that their classification is by ABM. So it's very complicated, and we kind of, that was our reasoning. Multi-districts, combining multi-districts. So I applaud the group for, they did amend it and to use some language there within the same LEA. However, we've also learned that we don't have the ability to do that. So while that will not make it out of committee, we do want to encourage, and Commissioner, I'd ask for your guidance on how to do this. We do believe that there needs to be a committee working on this with Mr. Alford, state board input, or the liaison we have there with EPI. This has been a conversation for several years now, and we will continue. And I believe the heart and the nature of the request are and goodness and an opportunity for students. However, we want to make sure we do it the appropriate way and work with the appropriate people. So we would love to see a committee happen, whether that's led by staff or a board, or however we would go about that.
Well, one of the things I might suggest is that this is coming from obviously these two committee conferences that perhaps staff, along with the representative from each of those conferences, we could meet together along with the DPI to just kind of see where we stand on this and how to go about making it happen. So we can certainly do that.
Number 8, enhance the scholar athlete calculations. Thoughts of staff. Enhancements include unweighted GPA rates at 3.2, determining the 3.1, takes into account the total performance demonstrated with DPI scale for 3.2 GPA at 80%. Clarify language concerning homeschool student athlete participation in scholarship athlete. This also does not make it out of committee. Number 9.
Chairman, can you please present this slide?
I don't have it.
Whoever. That did not make, sorry, number 9 is enhancements will include, has to do with the Wells Fargo State Cup criteria. 5 points will be awarded if an individual or school remains objection free, to allow the team scholar athlete distinction to count towards state cup points. The new opportunity for points to clarify language that pertains to wrestling. Only well Fargo points come from dual team wrestling. Team total for individuals does not count. So we would strike the first 2 bullets there. And I will say wrestling. And so the third, essentially the proposal should read only dual team wrestling points can count towards Wells Fargo points. And so no points will come out of the individual tournament. So I'm making a motion, clarify that language.
All right, take a second, Ryan Tyson, any questions, comments? All right, raise your paddle, all in favor? All opposed?
17,
17 no, pass, motion passed.
Ken, as for changing the current rule, number one, enhanced application note for the federal rule, application note 1.2. 10 would read, adjudication of a delinquency is not a felony conviction for the purpose of that rule. 2, add clarifying language to statute of limitations, 3.3.12. Clarify how the grievance internal revenue process operates for officials, 3.4.2. Number 4, provide examples of specific behaviors, 3.360.6. This will be in the 26-27 school year and reflected in that handbook. We will be bringing it to the board bid, but we will legal counsel to help us with the verbiage of those recommendations. And as we discussed those yesterday, given the question, feel free to ask if we do have our counsel with us. I will be bringing that as a motion.
I have a motion from Sam Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Alan Blaster, second. All in favor, raise your paddle. Motion passed unanimous.
Number 11. Playoff qualification was not in a conference, Wilson Mills, Johnson County Public School. To allow a new high school Wilson Mills to be eligible for team and individual sport playoffs, even though it has not been accepted into a conference. This will not come out of committee, but it's recommended the executive committee take a look at this, as they do have the ability to place schools in a conference. And so if we have shared that information with them, or we will receive that, you guys can review it and make the appropriate decision as we see fit.
Okay, number 11 is not out of committee. All right. Number 12.
12, brought those from staff regarding facility, edit the handbook to read participation in or hosting an in or out of state unsanctioned event. The level 3 infraction over the penalty code. 3.6.2.3. And so, currently, I think the verbiage of that is out of state, so it's now in state and out of state unsanctioned event. If you're hosting a tournament, you don't know if you've got multiple schools from out of state coming into your tournament, then you need to work through the staff, the back of the handbook, that process to ensure that we are, officials and working through the appropriate channels to make sure it's a sanctioned event. So we will be making a motion.
Okay, Sam Jones has a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? All right, any discussion first? Any comments? Do I have a comment from this?
Yeah, and this just basically adds a penalty for in and out.
Yes.
Because currently it was just for one and not for both.
But for the public's knowledge, what is a level 3?
Forfeiture. Okay. Forfeiture of the contest in which the violation occurs.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Who was the second? Larry Williford, second. All in favor, raise your paddle.
Seventeen,
13, participation in combines, all-star contest showcases, so with questions and discussions about player eligibilities. And some of these all-star events are happening from maybe selecting middle school, but participating in freshman year. and when does your 4 year start? There's a lot of different questions around that. And I would welcome any other feedback or comments, Commissioner, if you have any on that, but that was what that discussion was about, that, students, can participate, in those events.
Right, and specifically, it involved the fact that there is a junior shrine bowl event. And that there's an age bracket this, as it relates to that event. And so a student could be in the 8th grade or be 13 years of age in the 8th grade. That student would be selected to participate in that junior shrine bowl all-star event. He moves up into high school his freshman year when the event itself would occur. Our rule says that until you have exhausted your eligibility in the sport, you cannot participate in an all-star event. So this was just simply to clarify that, because the folks that are involved with this wanted to put this on their website so that those young people wouldn't run afoul of that rule and somebody say, well, this kid's in the 9th grade and he's participating in an all-star event. So that would allow that. So that's that clarification.
14, women's wrestling, the North Carolina Wrestling Coaches Association. Girls must only compete against girls in regular season and postseason wrestling. That is tabled. We would like to table that. We did not have data. We had their input, and we know that they made a recommendation. It's conversation, and the consequences would be take opportunities away from student athletes for those schools. And I will say that the individual tournaments and Saturday tournaments, to promote women's wrestling and get matches in, and it's going to take those efforts with the kind of feedback we also receive for those schools that are doing that and they're hosting dual tournaments and conference matches. Those female athletes that have limited opportunities in some cases won't be able to participate in many times, and so tabled, and then working with the association to get more data, concrete numbers, so we can respond. Perfect. 15, establish the Hugh Tucker Scholar Athlete Award to honor the legacy service of the retired commissioner. This was brought to us by the staff. It's not going to leave the committee, but I need to be quick to talk about that so everybody understands. This will be delegated to either staff, other people who have known her, that we know how to acknowledge and recognize the ladies, certain leads. We talked about student services, we're going to put them stable at good time. Reading that, we talked about utilizing the scholar athlete and then pulling from that list. We talked about academics, we talked about male, female. And so we feel like that's not our place as the board to make that determination. Those should be appropriate people to know their service the best and know you the best, to recognize you and honor you in ways that they deserve.
Sam, you're making a motion to create the award, and then
Well, that's not leaving the committee. I don't think that the board needs to.
it's not going to leave the committee.
Yes, but I wanted to clarify why it's not leaving the committee.
And that is not necessary.
Well, absolutely necessary.
We gotta get the statute made first.
Right there.
Sorry about it.
If it does require board action, that committee can bring.
I got it.
The appropriate action. And that's all I can.
All right, Sam, any other questions for Sam? All right. Next up is Andy McCormick, review and officiate.
Thank you, President Wayne. I'd like to thank members of the Review and Officiating Committee, John Williams, my vice chair, Brett Lamb, Stephanie Phillips was not able to be with us, Roy Turner, Albert Lassiter, and from the staff, Eddie Simmons and Beth Zinkin. I really want to thank Beth, who keeps us on track. Did a great job with that, so really do appreciate what you done, of course, with this committee. First couple on the agenda were discussion only. The violation report.
through April, 15th, we have had 29 violations with the leading violation, continuing to be violation of the seasonal game limits. So we just need to be mindful of that, paying close attention. One really bothered me as we heard the word sportsmanship quite a bit, throughout the morning and throughout yesterday, is our ejection report. We presented that for everybody to review. Through May 1st, we had 1,095 ejections. That's a lot, up from last year. Men's soccer continues to be the leading violator, and the most common reason continues to be profanity. So that has been, sportsmanship has been talked about. One that really bothered me, I believe it was 88 of those instances were through our coaches and coaching ejections. Folks, if we were expecting our young student athletes to do the right thing, our adults that they're looking up to and is supposed to be setting the standard for them needs to behave professionally at all times. I mean, sometimes it can be difficult. They got to be mindful of who's watching them, and that is our young student athletes. So we need to be sure that we're setting the example. And I did ask Eddie for the update. I said, well, we had first round of baseball and softball last night. So did we have any ejections? We did not. We did have 3 from girls soccer and 1 from girls lacrosse last night. But I was happy to hear that we did not have any from baseball and softball playoff matchups last night. Number 3, regional supervisor position. I do have 2 names to put forth, and this will be for a vote to approve the Eastern Swimming and Diving Association Regional Supervisor Bob Landry, and to approve the Interim Mountain West Volleyball Association Regional Supervisor Ed Ruiz. That is, again, motion for vote.
Second.
Motion second by Henry Rice. All in favor, raise your paddle.
Seventeen.
17-0. Unanimous in the form of the motion. Henry Rice.
Next up, this was a discussion only. We're asking for some clarification on the signing fees. To provide clarification for same sport, same day, boys, girls, university, varsity. Examples will be like wrestling and basketball, signing fees for consistency across the state. In fairness to schools, I believe that this is mainly coming from wrestling with the signing fees. So we have asked the staff to look at providing some clarification and updates in the handbook to address that. Number 5, this one did not make it out of committee. It was from the request from the Officials Advisory Committee to rescind the 5% pay increase approved at the December 2025 Board of Directors meeting and institute a 10% pay increase. And with this, folks, our committee, we discussed this. We had a lot of work with this back in December. We value our officials. This board, this association is committed to continuing to improve the pay for our officials. We know it needs to improve, but we got to take it a little chunk at a time. We can't bite off more than we can handle. We can't bite off more than our membership schools are able to handle, especially this time. With the economy like it is, $6 diesel fuel for schools, trying to get our student athletes everywhere. Other districts cutting their budgets. Just on the news this morning, there was 3 or 4 districts talking about cutting their large sums out of their budgets as everybody's in budget season. So that did not make it out of committee. Number 6, this is one, when we did our work in December, we did have quite a bit of conversation. It was brought to our attention and we had overlooked it, but our regional supervisors had not received an assigning fee increase in 10 years. Somehow we
overlooked them 3 years ago when I was on this committee, and we gave those increases across the board for everybody, and assigning, regional supervisors were left out of this. So we are looking to correct this, with this, and I will be putting this forward. Increase assigning fees, varsity, from 150 to 300, and junior varsity from 100 to 150. And once again, this would be effective 2026-2027 school year. I'm putting that forward.
A motion from Andy McCormick. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any comments or discussion?
So I think the comment, just a reminder that the change in the fees or the change in the cost also removes the change fees, right? Was that part of the conversation?
We had quite a bit of that yesterday, and
My notes have this new rate now includes the
it
change.
includes the change fees.
So there's not a new rate and still a change fee. That's what I have.
Yes,
So
we had inclusive of.
and you can get that on the record so that we're all on the same page for communication.
So on your sheet right now, you need to draw a line through, if approved, eliminate the change fee. That is correct, right?
No.
And we're not drawing the line through that?
What I'm hearing is that if we approve this, change fees would go away.
Right.
That's included.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same thing, we need a clarity in that.
That's right.
So the motion needs to read, you're making a motion on the new rates.
Right.
And the new rates and now include
Inclusive of.
the change fee. There's not a separate change fee. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's same.
Mr. Lasser, we talked about this in December. You mentioned it earlier today when it comes with a pay increase. The expectations go up as well, the more money you make, and stuff like that. Talk a little bit about what do you think the expectations should be for regional supervisors on coaching or helping support, Mr. Schwartz's presentation today, some younger officials look like we were getting some younger officials new there. How are we supporting them if we're asking our membership schools to commit this money? How do we get a better product or working together? We're all the same way. So I think they need to hear some things that we are doing.
Yeah, if I stated this morning in my report, and great question from John Williams there. We have a responsibility as regional supervisors to assign to ensure that officials that are under our charge have completed all the requirements necessary. That's the minimum. I agree. The increases because of performance and quality should also increase. The thing that I'm most, I shouldn't say excited about, I'm struggling with the fact that we have to do it, but including in our official training is becoming better communicators, what to do in certain situations, both good and bad, when it's a time to under the things of that nature. So those are the things that we're including, and as we move forward, and we have to continue to adjust. Regional supervisors are being, and hopefully you'll see a very similar product with all the material to state that you're in. So those are just some of the things that we're seeing. And you mentioned younger officials. Younger officials get it better sitting beside veterans, working alongside that. If you watch television, your best officials aren't necessarily the kids. It's the ones who have the experience with the fighter, the kids, because we're on. I'm rambling now, but hopefully that answers your question.
Do you think that is,
You all speak up so that our owl right here catches.
what you're committed to doing? Do you feel like that is shared amongst most regional supervisors in those schools? And I'm not trying to I don't tell you how to do your job, and I don't know your world, but I do. What's the expectation, right? What are I understand the official expectations, and so if we, pay it 15 years and not the motion to increase, I'm not against it, but I think the people who are ultimately paying the bill need to know. So that you feel like that is regional supervisors in all sports, or most sports, are committed to doing some of that same work that you are.
If not, we've got the super official sitting right here, and I see that as Eddie's primary job is to ensure that as a regional signer, you're meeting at least the minimum criteria, and what's next. Yes.
I think you're exactly right, is that part of the responsibility for the person sitting in that chair is to try to ensure that regional supervisors for all sports are on the same page and that they understand the expectation that their client has for them. And the client is the member school, because you're right, this is a double the assigning fee. And, you know, so our schools will be, and so, you know, if I'm paying more for it, what am I getting? And I think we have a responsibility out of this office to try to ensure that that's happening with our regional supervisors. And when it is not happening, then I think we have to have a mechanism in place where those regional supervisors can be held to a standard where then with legal guidance, they could be dismissed if they're not doing what we want them to do. And when I say we, the membership wants and expects.
And only here, I hear him every time we're here together. I know what he does. I know what he's committed to doing. So I'm not around others. And I was telling the answer. So thank you.
I think also with the increase and that discussion that we know what we get with that increase, but also a little more clarity on the change fee, I think is worth mentioning, just so that everybody's clear what this action does. I don't mean everybody in this room is clear, but our officials are clear, our supervisors are clear, our member schools are clear. So those of you that have been dealing with that change fee may want to weigh in and talk about what is going away if this action passes.
Well, let me ask Albert, what percentage do you think of all the schools, 446 schools, get the change fee in sports?
I've got 80 high schools and 77 pay the change fee.
77 pay the change fee out of 80?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's $100 right now on the change fee, right? And I mean, currently it's 150 for the booking fee and 100 for the change fee, right?
Correct.
Okay, so 250. Now it's just really, if they're doing both right now, it's just gonna go to all inclusive 300, so a $50
That is
change.
relative. And it's, I guess, finish that your question. If you don't pay that up front, as you mentioned yesterday, it's almost like an insurance. Any change other than whether it's a $50.
So for clarity, the change fee is the ability then to reschedule games. And you can opt in. A lot of schools now have opted into $100 to have carte blanche on that.
Correct.
Or they can do $50 per change needed.
Correct.
This would be inclusive to include in one fee, 300 at the varsity level, 150 at the junior varsity level, that takes care of the assigning fee and any changes that are needed throughout the course of the season.
That is an accurate statement.
Okay, just making sure that one, that I know what I'm voting on, but the membership also hears, because this is an increase, but it is inclusive of some things that a vast majority of the schools have opted into anyway. So this eliminates the need for two separate accounts.
Yeah, that's why I just want to know how many we're actually doing, because if only 50% were paying for the change fee, then I would still leave it on the schools to choose to do so. But if most of them are, then it's easier to vote for.
Thank you.
And as chair of this committee, I would like to also add, you know, this association and this board, we just do not hand regional supervisor positions to everybody. That these folks have put a lot of time and dedication in to their craft. They go through a thorough application, vetting process, interview process before their names are even put forward before this board. And we do appreciate our regional supervisors. Like Albert just said, 80 high schools, Albert?
Yes.
That's a lot. That's a lot, and we do appreciate them, but
I also think it's worth mentioning too, that our member schools need to be good partners in this when needing changes and requesting changes. And I would hope that, Mr. Simmons can help inform us if we need to encourage some others to be better stewards of the time that these supervisors take in assigning these games, and to not be bad teammates when it comes to these changes as they become necessary.
All right, anything else? We had a motion from Andy. Do we have a second? Who was the second? Can Eddie? Eddie, who was the second? Okay. Anything else on this?
We restate the motion,
The
please.
motion is that we're moving, I'll let you do it. Andy,
the motion is we are moving our varsity, and JV change fees from 150 to 300 and from 100 to 150. And this is inclusive of our change fee.
all right, any other questions, any other comments?
But we put in a statement that other than weather related changes, things to be 3-7 days in advance.
That's not the motion. We have the motion on the floor and I call for the question.
All right, all in favor? Ready, Powder?
$14.
All right, all opposed? Ready, Powder?
You got, Don. Don's on the screen.
That's only 6.
We had Alan, Andy, and Don.
Andy said we go to
15. Yeah, let's.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand.
In favor of the motion.
That's 15.
All opposed? Andy and Don. That's 17. Right.
Yes.
Oh, Alan, yeah, I look at Alan calling.
All right, thank you. Moving to number 7, this will also be coming forward, to our board. This is actually 7 and 8 combined because they were the same proposal. Require rather than recommend a 5-person officiating crew for JV football.
All right, got a motion?
That's the motion.
All right, is there a second? Second by Brett. Okay, all in favor, raise your paddle. No. Any questions, any comments?
Yeah, so how big a change is this actually gonna be?
It's just affecting one region that currently doesn't require.
Most schools are already.
Most schools already don't.
What's the cost? What will be that cost in the school?
What region's not doing?
Yeah, which region will be impacted?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Do we think they have a hard time finding officials to do it? Finding that fifth official every Thursday night?
The association is wanting to do it. The Dr. Turner can speak to this, but the interpretation from Metro Line is recommended, and they choose to go by that recommendation. It's hopefully that.
Yeah.
We're just do it already. That already has.
No, we don't. We just do this recommendation.
Eddie, I guess the reason you're asking that is because of the concern that if we don't have enough officials to do it, is that going to result in canceling the game? We require them to have.
The number of officials is not the reason that they're told.
In the mountains, they would have enough.
They use five.
All right, any other questions, any other comments?
What's the call?
$70. No, it's $90 for Jake. $90 for the official, am I right? I was drinking all within the. For the additional stuff. So they get paid more, right? Great point. Yeah, using the floor, they get $95. Really good.
Yeah, it's basically, what's stated in the proposal for the regional supervisor, it would equate to a $70 per game increase.
So have we gotten any feedback from the Metro Carolina Conference, the Metro Carolina region? On the difference in recommended versus board versus five? I'm not in the Metro Carolina region.
From the member schools or
This period, because.
We didn't bring the concern up, so the concern currently came from the regional supervisor.
It did, and having five of the JV is what we use as a training ground, right? As for officials learn to become better officials and move on to the varsity level. And having that extra official just increases the opportunity to training and get better.
So consistency between the JV crew and varsity, same mechanics, training,
Yes,
grading, et cetera.
yes.
So we had one association that wasn't doing, they weren't using five. And that was
We have one school district that chose to, and they have the right to, per what it says in the handbook, it says recommended.
correct.
So we've got one school district that simply wanted four officials, so that's what the handbook says. Now, the football official association down there wants to provide five.
So nobody has ever brought that to my attention as a concern. I mean, it's been that way since I've been in this role, and nobody has expressed a concern, and the regional supervisor has never spoken to me about a concern about this. This is really.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Why is it that?
About having four.
Yeah, nobody has ever said, I've never met with the regional supervisor as with being concerned. He's never brought that to my attention.
And I've got some schools that use four also. So that's why I was wondering, do we mandate it or we leave it up to them still?
Elder, what I heard you say was that varsity used the 5-man team for officials. So keeping junior varsity at the same keeps a consistency level for officials. So they're not having to understand how to man a 4-man crew versus a 5-man crew. So that'd be correct. That would be correct.
There's other sports where the number of officials other than a varsity and JV contest is different. Yeah, not just the. Big basketball is good. Yeah. They preach it.
And some of them over there, they use four on the field on JV. Some of them use four on the field and one on the clock instead for their 5 though, right?
I hope not.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
My brother would be for 5 officials on the field and we work with schools to either you have one or we can provide it like out there.
That would be a 6th one in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure most schools don't use clock for anything that I'm familiar with.
I do think a lot of ours do 4 on the field and pay one to do the clock.
Okay.
My comment would be, we do it for football, we do it in every other sport, it has a difference in it. You're going to put a significant budget increase on schools. Because if I was a supervisor or official in a different sport, say basketball, I would not want room to, and so. My comment would be, have a conversation with the appropriate people to see if it is an issue and fix it. So that's my comment. Then we all can vote.
Well, the thing, Sam, the bigger picture is, if it goes through, what's gonna happen to all the other sports in the subsequent meetings that have the flexibility of number of officials, are we gonna be, is it gonna be next, is it gonna be December, another sport, might be. I do remember.
What is I think that would be my concern, because it's gonna be hard to justify if we only did it for football and not doing it for everybody else, and that's gonna cost us a lot of money.
What's the verbiage in the other sports that you like soccer and, basketball? What is the verbiage? Yeah, we don't make them have three in JV soccer.
Is it also recommended? It's a requirement of varsity, how many officials are on that.
So would this then be the only JV mandate if we pass this action?
I know.
Okay, that's important information.
Oh, no,
But I also
basketball,
think
we
that
get mandate too.
I had the question saying that earlier about consistency and improvement for regional supervisors as far as training. You got better coverage. You got, again, another official close to a situation that may escalate into something else. And on top of that, we got the training piece, and now we got the exact same thing they would be possibly doing on Friday night as they move up. I think those things we want to consider also.
And all valid points. But I think it's important that that I just learned that there are no JV official mandates in any sport at this current time. Is that correct, Mr. Simmons?
Other than like baseball, softball, they have to, for JV. But there's no other mandates as for the number.
Or JV versus
JV,
Like JV basketball still two. It's just, it's not a three-man crew.
they have an option, it's an option,
Right.
but it's
Which
required.
would be, which we, obviously the option is to use 5 now, because the vast majority of the state uses 5. It's fine.
That's correct.
But when we think about what one action does to the potential for future needs to act, that just needs, vote how you vote, but that just needs to be something that we're all clear on.
I remember the school has, I would encourage them to do it.
Well, again, there's,
Conversation is covered, should, that's a valid.
nobody in here is arguing best practice.
Right.
You also say safety issue with football being more violent collisions. An additional person with 22 people on the field, so you got better supervision.
All right, any other comments, questions? All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, I don't remember who that was, but I didn't figure it out. Brett, okay, all in favor, raise your paddle. All opposed?
We got 3, 4, how many you got there? We got 6, 4, how many you got against the 3 of those, 7 total. 10.
Motion fails. So we say 6-10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got 17. Did Don vote or did Tom vote? We got him. Should add up to 17.
I was at that.
It's 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done.
All right.
Motion fails.
Moving to number 9, football game day. Officials, this one did not make it out of committee. This is a request from regional supervisors. Increase in varsity football game pay. This is a separate proposal. It also did not make it out of committee. JV football quarterly. They had official advisory committee that asked to establish 10-minute quarters uniformly across the state, and that did not make it out of committee. Number 12, quarter length times for junior varsity contests. This also came from the officials advisory committee. For JV sports, basketball 7 minutes, football 10 minutes, lacrosse 10 minutes, and this one did not make it out of committee. Number 13, football playoff game pay increase. This also came from the officials advisory committee, and this also did not make it out of committee. Single game pay in varsity lacrosse, also from the officials advisory committee. This proposal also did not make it out of committee. 15, increased varsity lacrosse game pay. This also came out of officials advisory committee, and it did not make it out of committee. 16, single game pay in junior varsity soccer. This was the established uniform pay of $65, where a 2 or 3 person crew is utilized, where 65 is currently for the 2 person and 59 is currently for the 3 person, and this did not make it out of committee. Also not making out of committee was number 17, standardizing volleyball compensation. Because that's basically going to be covered by the 5% increase. That did not make it out of committee. Next several all came from the wrestling regional supervisors. Number 18, dual team wrestling officiating. This will be coming forward. Require 2 officials on every mat for dual team playoffs, beginning with round 3 and beyond.
Okay, got a motion from Andy McCormick, there a second?
Make a second.
All right, Jamie Dixon, Jamie King made a second. All right, any questions, comments?
What is the current structure?
4th round already will utilize this too, and then 3rd and 4th are done in the same night at the same site. So you would just be paying 2 extra for that 3rd round.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, all in favor of this paddle?
it. 17.
All right, 17-0, motion passes.
Number 19, require 2 additional officials, plus the number of mats for each individual regional tournament. This is an increase for 1 additional official. In the discussion, this was just to ensure in a regional semifinal matchup that's very intense, very important that we have 2 officials that align with our state finals. So that is coming forward.
Okay, we have a motion from Andy McCormick. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Alan Plaster. All right, any comments or questions? All right, hearing no comments or questions, all in favor, raise your paddle.
$17.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next one that I'll be putting forward, this comes about from some of our weather difficulties we had during wrestling season this year, where some of our regionals were cut down to a 1-day tournament, which made for a very long day, and we just needed some actual guidance and how to handle this. So it reads as follows. If a regional originally scheduled for 2 days is changed to just 1 day, the official shall receive 1.5 days paid for that event beginning in 26-27, and that is put forward.
Andy, that was brought on a lot because of the weather.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
That made for,
Pushing things together.
Yeah.
Official, doing double time on the same day, is that
correct.
instead of 2 days in a row?
That was a clarifying question too. Is this just for wrestling or just for any sport?
This is the motion is addressing wrestling.
Okay, we got a motion? Andy?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Who's the second? Henry Rice, the second. All in favor, raise your paddle. All right, all opposed? Okay. 15-2, motion carries.
Number 21, this is, I'm asking to move this one just to a discussion after a meeting with staff and Vice President Garrett this morning and reviewing our handbook. There's verbiage that conflicts with what we were, going against the youth part. You have that right at your fingertips.
I do, thanks to the staff. Under officiating regulations, under fees, number one bullet says officials are to be paid on local fiscal policy as soon as possible by the member schools. Schools are responsible for paying officials. Regional supervisors cannot act as the fiduciary agent for the schools in terms of paying officials. So bottom line is, this board does not have the authority to bind what a public school unit's payment operations are.
Thank you, Vice President Garrett. So I just want to have the discussion that folks, it just needs to be a courtesy and a best practice to pay the folks as quick as possible. Just like everybody in this room, you expect to be paid in a timely fashion for the services you render. So let's just be courteous and have a best practice of paying our folks as quickly as possible.
We're just concerned, I gotta tell you, the areas it's a math concern or is isolated. Principal for instance, say Dragonfly, I'm not in there monitoring all the stuff. And so how do we, if it was West Oaks High School, I would certainly want that feedback. And so I don't know where it came from or is it concern across the board, is it isolated, do you think? It makes sense to pay as quick as we can.
Yeah, but we had this discussion a little bit yesterday. It continues to be just some individual schools. I do not believe it's a regional thing or a district issue. I still think it continues to be regional, individual schools, just like it was with paper checks all the time. Moving forward, number 22, this was some clarification that we just needed to clean up. It came from legal. So the changes are in blue on the screen, but I'll read through it. Clarify the North Carolina High School Association position on using non-NCHSAA regional supervisors / associations to make assignments for non-sanctioned contests. And it says require each school must use only NCHSAA registered and eligible officials in all competition and must work through an NCHSAA approved regional supervisor. And this is effective 26/27. This is ensuring, so say you're hosting a tournament at a civic center, but there's one of our schools, member schools is the host of that tournament at a civic center. We're still have to adhere to this policy. Or if a tournament's being played at one of our host sites at one of our member schools in their gym, we definitely have to be sure we're following this. So this was just clearing up. We had some issues with some tournaments across the state that we're not following this. So we just wanted to make sure it got cleaned up. Legal wanted to clean it up. So that's where we are there. And that does come forward.
I have a motion from Andy McCormick. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from John Williams. All right, all in favor, raise your paddle.
Seventeen.
17-0. Passes unanimous.
All right. Granddaddy used to say we were in the courtroom here. Number 23, this is, we are putting this to be tabled for some research from our staff to try to develop a plan. We're asking the staff to develop a plan to issue a lifetime pass for officials who have officiated with the North Carolina High School Athletic Association for 25 or more years. We're asking for the plan to be in place so this can be implemented 2027, 2028. So once the plan is created, we would bring it back to the school board for a motion and a vote. Hopefully in December, we'll be able to do that. And I know it might be a huge undertaking. If we had had Dragonfly for the last 30 years, it would be a lot easier. But this has come from the Officials Association. And I think, 24, you're gonna hear me say the same thing. We might not always be able to give them the pay raises they want, but there's other little perks we can ensure that we can give them. For their service that we have, it's very similar to our North Carolina Coaches Association and their lifetime passes that they receive. But this would be a lifetime pass for all sports, not just the sports they officiated. I am asking the staff to please try to develop a plan so we can revisit this in December. Okay. The last one, 24, is also a discussion item, and it falls along the lines, this is addressed, and I believe it's page 52, 53 of our handbook with our daily operations, game day operations. But it's just like I said, if we can't always increase their salary, we can make sure the job they're coming to, they're welcome, they're taken care of. We give them appropriate places to dress, to shower. We make sure they're safe coming in, they're safe coming out, follow the game day procedures. Just do what's right. Have your best practices in place. And also please be reminded that our officials are able to put in game day reports in Dragonfly to help us hold some of our schools accountable.
Andy, just any questions, any comments on the last two? For the record, the one about the 25-year pass is officially tabled until December 2026 meeting. And Andy, put back on item number 8. You did put 8 and 7 together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's how
They were out here.
Okay, that's what I thought you will make sure. When anything we had skipped that item. Okay, any other questions for Andy with review and officiating? Any other questions for him?
I just want to comment, and Garrett mentioned earlier with swimming and diving groups working with staff to get things on the agenda item. There was 24 items in officiating, and I know it was Simmons and you guys and officials. Yes, no, committee, all of that, but I think it's important to recognize when we are getting feedback from them and how it is making its way here to have discussion. And I think that you made a great point earlier, that we can see it through our officials and he will advocate, and we can say no to him in this room if we need, if we feel like we're led to. But I just think it's a good point to point out it's a hot topic of needs and point of attention for some.
Thank you, Sam. All right, thank you, Andy. All right, lab committee report, Larry Williford, and then we have sports committee, and then we have 2 separate items. We're getting close.
Close to the short. Oh, excuse me, we're close.
Okay.
You were with us yesterday, only time I came on the board where they had to do a welfare check on us, we were there so long, so, we will make sure that we do this correctly, but in an efficient manner. I'm Larry Williford, Chair of the Sports Committee, got Henry Rice, Paige Badgett, Chris Blanton, Erica Turner, Jeff Frakes, I know you've listened in, and Rhonda D helping us out. Back there, we had a great time, a lot of discussion. We'll jump right into it. Number 1, we'll bring this before the board for a vote. It's brought by the swimming and diving group to increase the number of daily contests for swimmers and divers from 1 to 2.
All right, got a motion, Larry Williford? Is there a second? Second. Any questions from the motion? Any questions about this item? All right, all in favor, raise your paddle.
$17.
All right, 17-0 passes. All right, Larry.
Second agenda item also for the swimming and diving group to adjust the number of qualifiers for swimming and dive regionals to include the top 24 times scores in individual events and the top 16 times in relays to include all classifications. We will be bringing that for you for a vote today.
Okay, have a motion for Larry Williford. Is there a second? Second, Andy McCormick. Any questions, comments? All right, all in favor, raise your paddle.
17.
17-0, motion passed.
I will also be bringing the next item for you for a vote, also from the swimming and diving advisory group, to conduct time finals only at the state championship meet. This was already going on in all classifications except for 4A. We alluded to yesterday.
A motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second round, Plaster. Any comments, questions?
I have a question. So what was happening if they weren't doing time trials or time finals? How were they?
Have prelims into the finals.
The situation we were in this year with the snow, does any of this impact that situation next year?
No, it'll be the same for what we did this year. Yeah, and ultimately, it allowed for, I think there was discussion and Alpha can weigh in. But they liked the fact that they could come, have their time finals, let's say in the morning in that first half, and then they could go home. And then we brought the next group in the afternoon for the time finals. Whereas in the past, it had been, you came and you had your prelims in the morning, lunch, hang around until we started the afternoon time the finals. And so that made for a long day for, the class.
Yes. Well, it's been prelim finals and this was the first year moving from 3 to 6 classifications. And so the swim advisory committee, where they kind of landed was that they would like to keep prelim finals, but in order to do that, you have to swim coincidentally with another classification. So you would have to swim 2 classifications during that same period. They kind of didn't like that as much as they like to have their own classification, state championship, in a time finals format.
Just allowing 1A to have the same recognition or 5A.
Right, otherwise you would have potentially 7A, if 7 and 8 were paired together, you would have a 7A heat and an 8A heat.
So then this action would make it uniform across the board.
So it would be exactly what we did this year because of the adjustment from the weather. We were in that format this year. It was going to be classifications running simultaneously. With the disruption with the weather, the change in the format, the expansion of the field, we now ended up with time finals. So essentially, we would be adopting the schedule that we had this year.
So now that they've experienced that due to weather, they liked it.
Well, I think they liked the prelim final format, that where the advisory committee was, they liked that format. But given essentially you have to run probably 6 days worth of championships in order to have everybody have their own prelim final morning final session without running with another classification.
What's the number of schools feedback then?
I think the survey that we sent out, we got majority feedback that they would prefer time final versus being running coincidentally with another classification.
And this motion honors that.
We have a second. Alan. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any other questions, comments? All right, all in favor, raise your paddle.
Okay,
motion passes unanimously.
Number four, the agenda item was brought by the Tennis Coaches Association. This did not make it out of committee. It was to increase the singles and double field for state championships from 8 to 16 draw. Number five, also brought by the Tennis Coaches Association. It is to amend the handbook language for seeding process for pre-regionals and regionals. This did not make it out of committee. Number six, also brought by the Tennis Coaches Association. To allow schools with 3 or less individual member tennis teams to compete for individual championships. This did not make our committee because they already had the opportunity to do that. Number seven, also brought by the Tennis Coaches Association, waiting for the board for a vote, is to extend the tennis postseason by 1 week.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Unit Rice. All right, any questions, comments?
What is the extending it by a week do? Like what's that gonna help with?
Eliminates, have them having to play 5 times in an 8-day period. Pre-regional being held the last week of the regular season will allow flexibility for inclement weather.
So what does that do to staff as far as being able to manage and host and take care of all the championships that seem to hit all at once? Any concerns there? Facilities. Yes, and facilities.
I think we would be okay. So essentially, when we're in that exact period right now where we had individual state championships or regionals this past weekend, a lot of folks got rain, particularly down east. So now that play goes into Monday and you're running, at the same time, you're running dual team. So now we've had folks having to move dual team to get the individual, then we got individual state championships this weekend. So it's a very condensed schedule currently where you're trying to run individual and dual team championships at the same time. So this just kind of gives you, instead of trying to do that in maybe a 2-week span, you're trying to do it now in a 3-week span to give you more ability to fluctuate and move around and that.
So staff would support this recommendation, but correct?
That would mean like with everything going on, depending on what motions pass or not, we would have to adjust the sports calendar depending on other agenda items, and so this would just be in line with that.
Not knowing what facilities are, by saying we are doing it, we're almost potentially hurting ourselves without getting that stuff. I don't know if there's language you can put possible or let them work on it and then come back with a recommendation to adjust the calendar once we get those things confirmed. By saying we are going to do something, I don't know why we would dictate which week, I guess, if we don't even have facilities.
Well, I think my point is, I understand the tennis coaches association would like this, makes sense. I got it. Respect that. They know their sport. But this board is charged with athletics, not a particular sport or event. So just making sure, my question to the staff is, as you make all of the calendar pieces and the sports calendar work, does this cause concerns or is it like a no big deal? I don't know that.
You're asking me that question today, it could cause some concern simply because we, at this point, we do not know what the 26-27 sports calendar is going to look like based on agenda items that may or may not be passed by the board today.
And if we were, so essentially, what could happen if this were in place right now, or let's say you all voted and said, let's go ahead and extend this season by 1 week. And we'd be pushing it into another week. And we're already getting pushed right now because of IB testing that is affecting. And I don't think by extending tennis season 1 week is gonna get us away from the IB conflict that we already have going, that we've been able to work with. So I really don't know, and I don't know how this will affect our scheduling of those venues. Because Alfie, have we already been able to lock in our venues for next year based on the calendar that we passed in December?
What are you talking about, tennis?
Yes, for tennis, for next year.
Yeah.
So see, I have no idea then how this would impact that.
Because if we take action today, we would need to take action today for it to be effective next year, because you have tennis both fall and spring. But we won't be together again until December, which means that the timing does not work well on the board to approve or not, for the staff to have ample time. So what we're saying is for 26, 27, you've already figured out venues. That's helpful. Thank you.
I believe there's, the committee may bring a playoff structure to other sports as well, which could impact timing of other championships. You know, like that, but potentially lingering out there, not knowing how it's going to go. I think that's important to know as well. If we can make a decision now, and next thing you know, we've got softball, baseball, soccer, everything happens at one time if we're not careful. So get that information together. If that, depending on how those votes go, there's going to have to be calendar, a new calendar created essentially, depending on how that goes.
Well, one of the most important things I just heard is you have your venues ready for 26, 27, correct? Okay, so the possibility, because there's a motion on the floor that we need to vote, unless somebody would withdraw the motion, doesn't matter whichever way you want to do it. But we really could look at this for 27, 28, give the tennis association really believe strong in this, when we'd have a chance to consider it before we do the sports calendar in December for the following year. Is that a correct statement from the staff that again does this every day?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
And we could add this to the other items that the calendar committee is going to be looking into.
So Alfie, when you say you have facilities set, what do you have set on? This additional week?
Based on what we've had in
December. That's correct.
I'm just gonna tell you, in all of the stuff that's come, one of my concerns and continuing to run through all these requests is we're in year 1 of all these additional state championships. We've gone from from 4 to, and I hate for us to move too many variables at once. I think it's been a great year, but there's no guarantee something won't pop up. And I think staff did a great job and board members dealing with the 2 weeks we were all out of school. Still don't know how we got through all that, to be honest with you. If it snowed again, we would have been in trouble. But I just think we got to be careful how much we're moving right now until we see these additional classifications play out more. All right, do we have a motion? We have a second on the floor. Did anybody second it? Henry Rice is second. All right, all in favor, raise your hand. If there's not any other questions. Any other comments? All in favor, raise your hand. All right, all opposed, raise your hand. Anybody listening does not mean this is not something that could be entertained down the road, but always up for revisiting things, but at this point, I think we got to be careful.
Okay, great. This agenda item brought by the North Carolina Wrestling Coaches Association. It was the St. Girl Bill team wrestling to subdivided championships based on still having 6 more female wrestlers. This was tabled due to more information needed. Number 9, also brought up by the North Carolina Wrestling Coaches Association, form a committee of wrestling stakeholders to discuss and resolve issues encountered with individual wrestling state tournament schedules. This did not make it out of committee. And I feel confident that if they'll continue, the Wrestling Coaches Association will continue to work with our staff that most things can be addressed. Number 10, also by the North Carolina Wrestling Coaches Association, is to align postseason girls competition dates with boys wrestling. We'll bring that before the board for a vote.
Okay. A motion from Larry Wilford, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second, Mark Garrett. Any questions or comments?
I will ask the staff if we just do attendance, thoughts of this one?
No,
Is there a facility issue here?
no, because it's just simply aligning it what we already have with the guys. So it's just aligning the dates so that they occur at the same time.
Because Sam, to your question, which is my question, I think when we were dealing with the weather, we were talking about doing this, were we not?
That's where to make sure, the
Yeah.
conversation we just had.
So Sam, my thought was, we could have done it this winter with the facilities, but thank you for bringing up that question, Sam. Any other questions? All right, all in favor, raise your battle.
Somebody seconded.
Somebody is. I heard a second.
Okay.
Yes. Get my stuff together here.
Make sure people know I'm here.
I'm trying to get y'all in trouble with Karen. She told me before I started. Call out who's gonna do what.
17.
So we were fault to Brian Tyson if you don't know.
Yeah, right. Dr. Hines, the state is doing work with the thing, so. We're moving on to number 11, agenda item number 11. In 12, we combined these. 12 was asking to change the playoff current structure by reducing postseason brackets from 48 to 32 teams, football being excluded. 11 was to reduce the playoff bracket size from 48 to 32 teams for classes 1A through 7A in all sports. We'll be bringing that motion before the board to reduce the playoff brackets from 48 to 32 for all teams in classes 1A through 7A for all schools.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Alan Plaster has a second. Anybody have any questions or comments?
I do. I wasn't here yesterday. I figure I'll get some. So, I got a little concerned. I do see both sides of that, wanting to reduce it to 32. I can see that. However, to your point a while ago, we ain't finished year one yet. So we don't know. And we got a lot of schools that enjoy the 48. Some of them, what I worry about is what about the schools that are lower classifications in a split conference, and they're getting their teeth kicked in a lot of times in their conference, and they still have. It's still at the end of the year, they got the playoffs to look forward to. I mean, I've had situations like that in our county. We had all 8 baseball teams, all 8 softball teams make it this year. Some of them got upset last night, and some of them upset some people last night. So the kids had a good experience from it. I don't see what it's gonna save. I know there's some overlapping issues with football. Really don't want to go game week on. The rest of them that you give a bye for, you might have a bye on Tuesday. You're gonna play that same week on a Friday, so you don't gain anything there. And also, I know this came, I'm not knocking charter schools at all, but I know this was a charter school mainly conference, and I'd like to know what the other parts of our membership feel about it, because I don't know if I have a good grasp on what everybody else feels about it. They go ahead and right off the bat reduce it to 32.
Well, actually, 3 conferences brought it up because we combined 11 and 12. We just took the football piece out of it. So you had the Albemarle Athletic Conference, the Mountain Athletic Conference, and the College Shore Athletic Conference.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I don't know if everybody read the that's a good point, Larry. I don't know if everybody read the North Brunswick letter as well.
Yes.
That was against that. And I thought they had some very good points in there that I just kind of elaborated on. So I just wanted to throw that out there too, because I'm not sure in my mind, we changed right away after we hadn't even finished this school year yet.
Well, what I would say is, we have seeded all sports with the exception of lacrosse and soccer, which we seed on Friday. And the number of opt-outs that we're seeing has just been an inordinate number since the first playoffs.
How many would you say?
Well, I can't tell you today, but I can, from sport to sport, it's been a lot. I mean, as they were in here Monday, seeding baseball, softball, we finally got to a point where there wasn't even anybody else to move up.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the result of opting out because of the long travel?
We hear that some.
Distance.
We hear it also in the fact that you've got teams that are now making it that are 0 and whatever. And, you know, their record is not good. And obviously, some of it has to do with the travel. And of course, we know also that gas prices are probably having some of it right now. But that wasn't having anything to do with it back in the fall, with volleyball and some of those. So, I mean, if we're talking about and I do understand you want to go through a complete year, but with the exception of lacrosse and soccer, I mean, we've seen this play out.
Is opt-out a big deal though? I mean, as far as bracketing and all, I mean, this gives them the option. I mean, they don't have to participate, but that's penalizing the ones, if we change it, that's penalizing the ones that do want to participate, that are in those conferences, that 3 classification conferences, and they're not getting awarded anything during the season. And then they may not even make the playoffs also.
Some of the other concerns too was the major blowouts in the first round, and also again, the travel disparities and the financial burden of some of the schools. One was brought to my attention yesterday. There was a school that's traveling 4 hours. The financial burden on the small school, and the fact that the kids are probably thinking they're going to get blowed out. We're going to travel 4 hours. There's a financial burden because of gas, and then we're going to travel all that way to get blowed out.
So they get opt out, they don't want to be the bad guy, though, right?
That's some of the concerns that was brought up.
I think it makes it more competitive when we reduce it. 48 is an enormous number, and from us who are on those far extremities, travel isn't issue. The geographic location isn't issue. The cost associated with that, and Erica makes a great point. For a kid to feel like they're going to go in and be blasted immediately, that's not good either. So we want to have fair competition. That's reasonable.
But here's an example in a baseball classification last night where the 17 seed went to the 16 seed and blew out the 16 seed. Where if we cut it here, that 17 seed would never made the play.
Right.
So there's that example too of schools because of the RPI, and I agree 100% with the RPI, but the way the RPI works and where your area is may be really good in a sport to where your record isn't that good, but when you go regionally to somewhere else, you're more competitive.
You're prepared for the playoffs.
You're right, you're prepared for the playoffs, and in that one example that I'm thinking about, that team would not have made the playoffs if we cut it.
I think my concern is, I don't know that 48 was right from the get-go. I don't know. Or we may have made a mistake there. It's uncharted water, and we all know that. But we've not done a cycle. And for me to maintain consistency with what I've kind of sort of laid my precedence down on is, we've not done a cycle. So my vote will be based on the fact that we've just not done a cycle. And I'm not saying we were right to be 48, because I've had a 1 in 12 team have to go play softball as a principal under the old system. It's not fun. We fed them nice and had a really nice time. That's what we did. But my fear is we're in the middle of the first year of an A classification setup, and that's where we are. We've not done a cycle.
I'll say from with all the conversations had with me, this is the one single agenda item that I received the most feedback on. And also did try to do research by talking with other AD offices and polling and seeing that, you know, because, you know, you can get in a vacuum at like 1A, 2A, 3A, but what is 5A, 6A, 7A looking like? So trying to hold conferences versus, what's the conference road high? So I think it's 6A, 7A split, if I'm not mistaken. You know, that was unanimous. Every school wanted to reduce, conference in North Carolina, and then every school wanted to reduce. So I heard the most feedback. The only feedback I heard to keep it at 48 was the letter that was emailed to all board members.
How many schools used to, or old made it, and what, it's 32? Reducing it, how does that compare to what we were with 4 classifications? How many used to make it? We had 60 balls, is what I'm saying, so it's.
We also had over 100 in each classification.
Correct. Say more teams are making the playoffs, even if you reduce it to 32 still. Because you have 8 classifications.
Close to the same.
There's no classification in 1A, 7A that has 64 teams, correct?
Right.
So I think we're at above, maybe you're looking at right above 50%. If it was at 32, I think it's at about 59% or 60%.
That's what I'm saying.
Another thing to think about is the possibility, I know it's really out of the box, but 48, we like to be in these nice numbers of 32 and 48. Maybe 40 is the number, gives you 8 buys. I mean, it might be a situation where you can possibly do something there. I mean, if you think about it, you start getting these metrics and the data.
So I think to Roy and to Dr. Garrett's comments, I don't know that 48 is the right number, but I don't know that 32 is either, right? And so why would we go with 32 when we're not even sure that that's the right number, right? And so I would prefer to wait, have more conversations once we finish the entire season, right? Talk to schools, talk to people, right? Get more input, because I worry that if 48 is right, 32 might not be right either, right? And then we keep going through this cycle of changing playoff brackets. We shouldn't be changing that every year to year, in my opinion, right? So let's make sure we're changing it the right way. If 48 is not the right number, but we haven't seen it. We're still in the first year.
And we did say as a task force committee that we would wait till the end of the year to come. I mean, to review, to see, because we didn't know if the 48 was going to be the right number. We just had to start somewhere. And knowing that we were going to have to make some adjustments, but we did agree that we needed to get through a full cycle before we made any decisions. We did do that.
I was on that task force meeting, and I think that refreshed my memory too. That the biggest conversation piece was those split conferences of awarding those teams to be able to still go to the playoffs, like Eddie's talking about too. You know, at the end, 8 days not going to be that much affected. They get their 24 anyway, but it's a change for everybody else.
All right. Any other comments, any other questions? So what we have on the table is these 12 brackets from 48 to 32 teams for all classes, all sports, for 1A and 7A, excuse me, not affecting 8A. So all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Favors. Favor. Seven, all opposed?
Ten.
Motion carried.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 13, brought by Dixon High School. It was to adjust season lengths, participation limits, and playoff bracket structure across multiple sports. It did not make it out of committee. Agenda item 14, was to change the dates for baseball, softball, state finals, add conference baseball, softball tournament, and adjust basketball playoff. This did not make it out of committee. This will also be brought to the sports calendar to look at and discuss. 15, this was brought by the staff of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, was to adjust the current 2026-27 sports calendar for tennis and basketball to correct and amend dates. I believe it was more corrected one tennis date.
Yeah, we had to correct 2 tennis dates and then we removed the conference tournament on basketball and adjusted those dates so that basketball doesn't have to worry about trying to get, the board would not have to come together to give approval for basketball to have a practice on a Sunday during the playoffs. That was addressed in the change of this calendar.
All right, you got a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Brian Tyson. Is there any other comments, questions? All right. Madam here in favor.
All
right, 17 member passes.
Agenda item number 16, JV football scrimmages, brought by the North Carolina Football Coaches Association. It was to allow junior varsity team to conduct standalone scrimmages. We amended this agenda item to include all sports if they choose to schedule a standalone junior varsity scrimmage. We're in that.
Okay, I have a motion for Larry Wilford. Is there a second? Second. Second, Sam Jones. Any comments, questions?
How are we potentially protecting the standalone JV scrimmage? How are we going to ensure protection of that football player that may participate in that JV standalone scrimmage and then roll right into a varsity scrimmage? We have a quarter rule to protect during the season. So what are we doing to protect those athletes? I mean, most coaches, you would hope they do the right thing, but sometimes it doesn't happen that way. And I even think about lacrosse on top of football. I mean, you know, it's just. My question is, who's hard here? If maybe you're doing, since you're the quarterback, 2 series at during the daily scrimmage, that's it. And so I don't know how you do it. I think there's a duty on some coaches. At some point, it's a duty on the coach, the athletic director at the school level. You kind of think in my head about a form. I'm kind of thinking, I don't know how you would put a rule in place from this level down to do this. You can get a series of running back. You know, I can see so many different scenarios in my head where it may be applicable for them to participate in both, not for a full game, obviously.
So then why the request from the coaches association to do this?
A lot of the jamborees, if you're not bringing your varsity team, can't bring a JV team to skip. So you had to do both, so they were wanting to be able to do standalone for JV for the school, but because the numbers were not adding up correct on some of the jamborees.
Right, so if I was having some schools do not have junior varsity teams, and so they could, or let me reverse it, if there was an event going on and we had a JV team that backed out, we had varsity and JV going, and we had one school that said my JV can't come, they cannot reach out to another school and just ask that JV team to come, because based on the handbook, varsity and JV scrimmages are held at the same time, same place. Same day, same place.
Some of the jamborees have gotten big enough that where they were trying to do JV on one day, varsity on another day.
So would it be a football only? I know we put all sports to equity, but should this really be more of a football only situation here? Alfie?
We've actually had phone calls with other sports where it applied, like in volleyball, we've had somebody that's JV, didn't have JV volleyball, so they were looking for another JV team to come in to even it up for their jamboree, and we're unable to do that.
Okay.
So I guess it could apply to other sports. Right, yeah. Just to clarify too, with football, I mean, some of you know that they have the 5-hour restriction rule in football where everybody else has that 2-game limitation for scrimmages. You're allowed 2 scrimmages, but football is actually by hours. They have 5 are allowed 5 hours. So I guess it would be on the coach, just I guess as they do in the regular season in any quarter, to police to make sure that student athlete is only participating in 5 hours of scrimmage time.
And Brian, this thing came yesterday, they amended it from, it originally said only football.
Right, yeah, I know, yeah.
And they amended it, so, to include all, because of what Alfie said, Alfie saying we're hearing it from the plate, from sports, so. All right, any other comments?
I think again, it's how do we protect that student athlete? Because football is a much different sport than the other sports that we have.
Some of the protection. I mean, I think that's a valid point, but some of it too, that if JV teams aren't able to find a scrimmage because of the scenario we just talked about, then they're going to go into their first contest possibly without having any kind of scrimmage. That could potentially be a safety issue too. So I think the other side of it would be that.
Anything? All right, got a motion on the table, we have a second. We have Sam Jones had a second. All right, all in favor, raise your paddle.
Seventeen.
17, pass the unanimous. Okay, Larry.
Brought forth by Pembroke County High School, Agenda Item 17, that the adopted policy that requires schools to complete 85 to 90% of the maximum allowed relative conference qualified sales, which did not meet that condition. Agenda item number 18, brought forth by the North Carolina Basketball Coaches Association, to allow the shot clock to be approved on an experimental basis for the 2026-27 school year during scrimmages, invitational tournaments, and special events. Make a motion to bring that forward.
We have a motion, we have a second. Second, Brent Lamb.
So I have a question. Did we get the same request last year? How is it different?
I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's different because of the, they're wanting it to be in the tournaments. The invitation tournaments, I believe, what makes it different from what we talked about last year.
Last year was special events.
I think last year, I think we got it, in a previous meeting too, Chris. My memory is right, it didn't get out of committee.
Last year.
It was just, it had a special permit, December. But it didn't get out of committee.
This has been discussed multiple times over the years and not made it out of committee.
I believe you may have made the comment.
I did make the comment, I'm tired of talking about it, I want to vote it.
But my question is, does it impact anything with sanctioned or unsanctioned? Like, can you sanction games like that RPI? Other people will volunteer to go into it as a shot clock, when we don't have a shot clock rule. How
We have not adopted that as a state.
so that works? Would there be?
So my question remains the same. What does a shot clock tell in high school basketball from the people who coach high school basketball?
We play on it in Georgia because we're so close. And most games, it doesn't. I mean, if you're Larry's team, they play up tempo there, it probably won't affect them that much. Late in the game, I didn't have to burn a timeout because I could play defense get the ball back by the shot clock running. The one question we had, and I know we talked about that, I talked about this to a guy and when we were at Lenore Ryan was, does the shot clock run during a running clock? So do you turn it off when there's a running clock or do you keep it going? That was a question he had for me, and I said I didn't have the answer because we don't have it. I think some of your games, I have seen it before in basketball where people hold the ball and they'll hold it and hold it and hold it because they want you to play the man to man, and it will take that away. That's just a few of the things that I've seen as a coach.
Albert, how many officials across the state would you say are trained on the shot clock at this time?
I'll defer to Roy.
That's 15 to 20% probably, because they work like the next level games.
And how many high schools have a shot clock?
How many high schools have somebody to run a shot clock?
But now, I just keep in mind what they're asking for in this one is for it to be approved for scrimmages, invitational tournaments, and special events, not statewide. And that it has been, you're right, it's been on the agenda for I don't know how many years, but it's the submission has changed over time, and it keeps, I think, getting whittled down to a smaller number of events. And so, Dan, I think you're right. Not many people have the shot clock. And I don't want to say this as if I'm in favor of it, but what they're asking for is not to have it. They're not asking to have it in all games at all.
Required.
Right. They're asking to collect some data based on this board approving it at what's in this motion. Now, I will say, I guess when I'm talking, my concern remains the same. If the association does approve it based on NFHS standards, I think what we determined at one point is it's going to cost schools $5,000 to $6,000 to go back and put shot clocks in gyms. And if we're making decisions at some point to where we're going to ask schools to do that, there's going to be a lot of schools that can't do it. I think the officials being trained is an issue. I know when we did the survey years ago, ADs were overwhelmingly against it because of, you have to find another person to run the shot clock every night. And if they're not trained appropriately, what does that look like? You can't go back into the replay to try to figure out whether it hit the rim or whether it didn't. And I think there's a number of reasons that it could be problematic, but what they're asking for here is scrimmages, invitation tournaments.
So in these invitationals and special events, are those games that will count for RPI?
Yeah.
That's fine.
So then
The images possibly, I think about if there's anything.
But those, yeah, invitationals and special events would be something that would go towards their RPI ranking for playoffs.
this just feels like a solution in search of a problem to me.
And I think at this point, right?
Collecting data, it's gonna be skewed data because only the schools that have it already in place are gonna be reporting data. So that's not, there's no validity in that research that you're doing.
But then I also wonder about the data. What are we gonna do with the data, right? So Chris just talked about that it's $6,000 per school, and that we know there are not many schools that already have it. So we get the data, and then what are we gonna do with it?
Well, that's one piece of data right there before you even run them. How much it's gonna cost to put it in every school? I mean, and the question is, what does approving, I mean, I think the question the board's gotta wrestle with is, what does approving this do down the road? Where does this go down the road?
Well, and I think you gotta decide, how long is the experiment? Is it just 1 year experiment?
Well, what is the experiment about? Is the experiment about this? Or is it about this to get to this? And I'm saying, I've got a hard time looking at my athletic directors, these high schools, and my high school principals and saying, I want you to do what we need to do for kids. We've got other expenses we've put in this packet that needed to happen. And look, I got a lot of respect for the coaches who, I've seen the names on here, and I got a lot of respect for it, but I got a lot of respect for my ADs and all over this county, but I mean, all over the state, but particularly the ones I interact with all the time in my county. And the high school principals have to look in the eye and say, let's keep doing things for kids and providing. $6,000 pretty tough pop. Right there.
And as chair of the officiating committee after discussion we just had, I believe in investing in people more than equipment at this time. And if I'm gonna find extra money, I would rather do it in the people than to going in and put a shot clock that if it's just like a football play clock that half the time doesn't get utilized on Friday nights that I see now. So I've seen it enough. This is my 5th year here. I believe it's been every year for 5 years. I know it might have been longer than that, but I guess I say we let it go to a vote.
You say you bring up a great point, play clock. I mean,
Are they allowed to do it in scrimmages now? So they can't be done in the scrimmage at all.
I would say, just speaking on the basketball, the training aspect of it, if this is going to be part of RPI and the games count, we need to get on the floor and do some practice and scrimmage and stuff. So the double edge, and the only way we're going to be able to officiate it is to get out there and work and learn it. And I mean, so we got to figure that out as we come into this.
just a little while ago, we were debating whether to require 5 officials for JV football. And we were also having that discussion about you require it here and what happens next. All the other JV sports are on the agenda. What I've been very proud of is the people I've talked to, and it's not, this isn't about the shot clock to me. It's about what they've said about being able to do it right for kids and making the game run right. And this piece about having someone else to run the clock and what do you do when the person who you've got set up on the clock also has the unexpected something happens and they can't be there. Now what do you do? Because it's different. And I hadn't thought about the running clock, Brett, when you said that. Wow, I guess you just have to look the other way at shot clock. Unless we can make it run as fast as you make it run clock.
We don't turn the play clock off in football. We don't turn the play clock off. Football is a condition, you run it. Hopefully, don't stop the game.
I mean,
So then the possibility exists.
Yeah.
If you have a shot clock in a blowout, the blowout gets bigger. Potentially. So the most compelling reasons I've heard from people who want the shot clock are they do it everywhere else or a lot of other places, and people might run the stall on it. That's 2 most common things I've heard in the 4 or 5 years. Am I off on that?
No, I think one thing to add to it at one point during the discussions, I don't remember when it was, but the idea that preparing kids to play at the next level because they play with a shot clock at the next level was one of the points mentioned for it. I think somebody gave a statistic. It was 1% of high school basketball players play at the next level.
So then my personal take on this, which I've never hidden, I don't think, in this conversation, is make a coaching adjustment. And we're only in charge of North Carolina. So. I'm ready to call the question.
I'm just saying. We had a second, didn't we? Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right, all in favor, raise your paddle. All opposed, raise your paddle. Okay.
17.
Moving on to number 19, agenda item, reviewing the fully automatic timing requirement for qualifying indoor and outdoor postseason. That was a discussion item only. Yes.
This is the greatest agenda item title the entire meeting.
And just so you know, this did reach, I think it reached to DPI, Mo received it. We have communicated, I know this was Jamie, one of your schools. And what we tried to do is make sure everybody knows we weren't trying to say buy a timing system. It was really just participate in a meet somewhere where there is FAT. And then that would be the certifying process for those athletes. And so I was talking to a 1A conference president down in the eastern part of the state, and what they did, they designated what their certifying dates would be in their track schedule. And their schools in that conference pooled their money to hire timing system. And then all the rest of them, they hand time. And then they just tried to make sure that, their kids were ready on the days that were certified. So we'll continue to try to work with your folks, Jamie, just to try to make sure that it is available. And we were told that someone even offered to do it for free, but we'll continue to work with your people to try to make sure that they have what they need in order to have those access to those events.
Yeah, and I think the concern is the cost, right? And then my understanding is that most of those stat timers are only done on weekend tournaments, not in like daily tournaments. And so then it's also then getting those kids to those places, right? I mean, again, in rural northeastern North Carolina, it's just hard sometimes. So that's a huge hindrance for us.
Well, I think I'm going to, when I retire, I'm going to invest in a timing system like that's what I'm going to do, because I believe I can make a little money.
Well, I'd like to make an announcement. President Gainey and I are going to race in the parking lot. You can sundial time.
What Mark doesn't know is, he's not sure how close to a 4.3 I still run.
I'm pretty sure I know about how close this was.
Boy, it's FAT.
When we get to the line, he's close to winning. I'm diving over. I'm gonna win. If I'm not sure, if I'm not sure, I'm gonna take him out from behind.
But regardless of how fast you want to leaders are.
I'm thinking right here, we got this little ring right here. Probably needs to be butt raising right here. I'm not getting into a Brad or Sam or whoever.
I do want one comment off the back to me though, is I come into that vote the playoffs two in one way. Hearing conversations from another. It is in most conversations I have before we do, it feels like, but there's some valid points made, a 17 seed wouldn't make it, all those things. I think that we need to make sure we challenge the staff, either about its data, or we go back and look at playoff brackets, see who advanced, who didn't, this summer, because all I hear it is watered down. I mean, I was at sub 500 and we were hosted, and at some point competition and competitors matters, but also opportunity for kids to do as well. And so I just would like to challenge the board and staff, but make sure that is done when we can offer the opportunity.
Commissioner Duggar's point too, you're gonna need to look at the number of opt-outs in that data, because that's gonna be a huge part of it.
Yeah.
That's probably more work.
You get the whole thing.
Yes, way more work.
Rhonda had the numbers.
We had 19 teams opt out for softball and 7 for baseball.
Over 1 through 7 classification.
Yeah.
That would
I just think you got it. And I know it came up several times on several things about giving some things time. It's like to prove it. And I think we'll do our due diligence there and then see how things.
And we want to get it right. Remember, I mean, we hear it, we want to get it right, but this is year one. And if we didn't think we were going to have some growing pains and some things that we were going to have to adjust, we were fooling ourselves. The member schools need to hear that.
And Jamie and Roy brought up two very interesting comments. Who's to say 48 is enough? But I mean, if it's not, it may not, 32, excuse me, say not 48, it's 32. I mean, we're already used to we're already used to some bias. I know it's not optimal, because I don't think you can reproduce game speed in practice so much. Unless you've got a really loaded team or your second team's as good as first team, you know, and I'm not saying there aren't teams that can do that, but I've always thought game speed and practice speed were two different things. So I get that having the bye is not optimal, and probably in any sport, but anyway, so I don't think we're done talking about this topic. I don't believe that, but Roy and Jamie, I appreciate you kind of throwing that out in the middle of the room too, because that's a very relevant point that needs to be looked at too, if we go to everything.
Well, some of what whether Eric or Brian, when y'all talked about it, some of that discussion too revolved around, if I remember correctly, if you went with 32, that was a lower percentage of teams 1 through 7A that were going to make the playoffs than in 8A, where if it's a 32 team total. And so you might be able to manipulate that number a little bit to get it closer in 1 through 7 to whatever that percentage is. And don't do 32, but also less than 48.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Anything else before we move? We have 2 more items to cover today, and there were full board discussions yesterday, and I think it's a great call. Make it full board, Mr. Tucker. I mean, you make a lot of your staff, y'all make a lot of great calls, but that did not need to be. Neither one of these items needs to be in a committee, in my opinion. The whole board, because we're getting ready to deal with both of them. And Jan, I don't want to leave you out of the conversation. We had you presented flag football yesterday, and I don't, unless the board sees a need for us to go back through that. Brian, we can go back through that if there's things, I mean, I don't know, the board's feeling. You want to go back through it or tackle the issue at hand, which is, I think we came up with 2 issues yesterday. Dan, are you looking at me like you want to share? What is it? I don't want to disappoint you. Hell, the next one we Rhonda. So I mean, we can go 3 more hours now. But I think we had great information, and Brian, we get the boys volleyball. We're going to talk about the point you made about participation rate. We appreciate you keeping us up on that. But let's go to flag football first. I think there are 2 decisions we have to make about flag football. It's are we going to sanction it? And then when do they start playing as a sanction? We know they're already playing. They're already having a lot of fun. It's already going well. Some places in the state. It's going to sanction everyone. If it's sanctioned, then other people will join, no doubt. No doubt. I do believe they'll join in, and it'll ramp up if it's sanctioned. So I guess the not inappropriate, Mr. Attorney. Are there any questions about flag football? Anything y'all want to discuss before we get into the mix of this?
I wasn't here yesterday, but our group's ready to roll. We're like CMS. We've been doing this show for 3 years, and we're ready to go. And I don't see a reason for holding back the ones that are ready to go just because everybody else hadn't budgeted for it or whatever. Like lacrosse or indoor track. I mean, we don't do lacrosse in our district, but if somebody wants to join, they can join in later on if they want to. And if they need to wait a year, that's fine. But we got a boatload of girls ready to roll to start this coming year. I'll leave a motion up to somebody else that's on the committee, but
President Gady, I'd like to make a motion to sanction girls flag football.
Yeah, we're going to do this 2 pieces.
or
Whether we sanction
So
or
we're
not,
going to do 2 different.
and then we're going to do the start, okay? Because I think they're very separate items, both things. So because I have strong feelings about where we're headed, and they're positive. So, all right. So we have a motion from Jamie King to sanction. Start riding.
daughter playing. He gonna have a daughter playing.
I love it. Y'all rode together, and always saying, I got to get you home because I got to get home back to Big County soon, so a little longer trip, right, Henry?
Little bit.
All right. So we have a motion from Jamie King, and we have a second from Henry Rice to sanction girls flag football. We're at the second. Okay, there we go. All in favor, raise your hand.
Hang on, we don't have a discussion on the vote?
I have. Nobody's in. I am. Okay, go ahead.
So,
I thought I asked you that.
Didn't ask. So this vote is simply to sanction it as a sport.
That's right. That's what my motion is, yes, sir.
Have we ever sanctioned a sport that we didn't say when it was effective? That's not what I asked, Mr. President. Have we ever sanctioned a sport as a governing body that we didn't say effective?
It was a.
The effective date.
Right here, I would add to that, Mark. I would agree with that part. I would say add a date to it. If let's say somebody made a motion and they voted, made a motion to sanction flag football, but the start of this coming school year in the fall. If it passes, it passes. If it fails, then somebody make a motion to sanction flag football for the following year.
I'll be glad to amend my motion, right, to start to sanction flag football for the 26-27 school year.
Playing in the fall.
In the fall.
In the fall, and you're gonna second it again, you know, because we done it. Do you believe in it? I got it. All right, so we have a motion on the table. And in a second, Henry Rice. Okay, is there any discussion? Because we got two pieces that can be discussed now. We've got, are we gonna sanction, is it gonna sanction, well, really sanction in 2026, 2027? Any discussion?
So I am supportive of sanctioning. I have concerns of 26-27. My concerns about 26-27 shared freely yesterday, it remains the same. You're in budget season right now. Your superintendents are in budget season right now. They're not. They better be, because by May 15th, they gotta have their request to the county. And we have set up our budgets for the sports that we know that are in existence. Which if you have it as a club sport, you got it set up. If you don't have anything. What I want to make sure is that when we roll this out as a state, and I put my name to it, that the state knows it's coming and they have a chance to participate in that first season. This is not dissimilar to what we did with girls wrestling, when we sanctioned in the middle of one year and made it clear what was coming pre-budget time and pre all that. I'm one vote. I understand I'm one vote. We, in my situation and in our region, are much more ahead on boys volleyball than we are girls football. I know other regions are reverse from that. So my support for the sanctioning will be the same in this topic as it will be in the coming topic of boys volleyball. But I just feel like rushing it to state championship status in the next school year is a little premature.
I echo those same things and shared yesterday about what that looks like for single traditional high school districts. The far west and the far east, there are a lot of logistical aspects of this that are going to have to be worked out beyond the finance piece of that, but just the facilities, the staff, those types of things. I also echo with Mark. I don't want to not offer something where kids are actively engaged in. I just know for me in Jackson County, we're going to need a little more time to get this rolled out effectively if we have interest in the district. And I'm not against it. The timing is not ideal.
I'm gonna respectably go back and say that I don't think that holds everybody else back. You know what I mean? I understand that y'all can start anytime you want, just like us with lacrosse or indoor track, but make these other folks that we get 30 some years of a career in our fields, these high school kids get 4. You know what I mean? So we're down to a group of seniors here. We don't start at this coming year, they're gonna be out of luck. And
we might come with being able to participate. It just says they won't have a sanctioned
well,
championship.
more
different.
Well, more are gonna come on board. When it's sanctioned, because some of them are being held back volleyball wise and flag football wise until it's sanctioned, and they will. Another point I'd reiterate, and I think Dr. Gainey told some of y'all this yesterday, or the board, about the Panthers did say that they would provide funding for people like you, Dana, that your school system or schools may need some funding, and there's gonna be a second opportunity come about as well once the sanctioning does take place. Not that the Panthers, I'm not gonna steal their thunder.
But they're still
They
working
can
those
find all that.
details out.
Right.
Yeah, they're still working those details out. And I will also add that those that are not playing now, there's still no guarantee that they're gonna want to play in a year. And we're still gonna have the same conversation because there's some people that don't want to play lacrosse. It's offered in our district, but out of the 21 comprehensive high schools, less than half of my schools play lacrosse. But it's an option, and if they ever want to get started, then you can make it happen. So I think that's with any sport across the board. And the financial piece, I don't think, some of the flag football kits we got from the NFL anyway, we didn't pay for that. The NFL purchased those, and I think some of those are still available. We can still get the flag football kits where you're not paying the money. I understand the logistical nightmare as well. But again, I'm for moving forward 26, 27 in the fall.
If it's sanctioned for them for next year, and there's 50 more teams added, how does the staff create conferences and deal with every day a new team is established? When the rules say you gotta be a part of a conference for that state championship. So if we don't delay it 1 year, how do you manage that for setting conferences and schedules?
Well, I think we can manage that piece. What I worry about is how many games are we playing? When do we start? Because if you look at the proposal that came from Darren Coe, it was a 24-game schedule beginning August 1 with a state championship, I believe, November 14th, somewhere in that. All right, so that's 24 games. So that to me, I think is the bigger piece. But then I do think we have to try to figure out then, I think those teams that are already established, they probably have some conference affiliation right now that we probably can pull. And then if somebody comes on board, depending on when we start, should we do a hybrid schedule starting not August 1, but maybe we start September, maybe we start October, you play a reduced schedule. You know, those are the logistical pieces that I think have to be worked out.
My concern that we had these same logistical issues at the winter meeting. We're now at the spring meeting and talking about the same logistical issues. And so at some point, we've got to move forward with this. And so if we're talking about the same concerns, at some point, we've got to sanction it and move forward.
Which is why we have the option to sanction for 27, 28, and all of that can happen during the next year. So folks to know the sanction's there, it's coming. We're going to do championships. That gives staff time, that gives clarity on how many games, what does it look like, what's your season, what's your playoff schedule, what's your championship, where's your venue going to be. I mean, I was on here when we voted for girls wrestling. That was the logic that we used at that same time, which I think was good logic. Again, I'm going to vote. You know how I'm going to vote? I'll tell you, my vote will be the sanction for 27 if that is a motion. And I would offer that motion if this motion does not pass.
I think Brian makes a good point. It goes back to something somebody said earlier to me. You feel like you know how you're going to vote on something. Really haven't thought about the schools that aren't playing right now that would continue not to play if it's delayed a year, but that will decide to play if we voted in for the next school year, and the opportunities that those girls will miss if they're seniors. They don't get that time back. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a good point. Because I don't know that it's going to matter that much for the schools that are already playing. They're going to continue to do it. there won't be a sanctioned state championship. But I think there will be a number, and just thinking about what Dana said, because I'm in a one high school county too. I don't know that we will, I don't know what will happen. I don't know that we will have flag football if the sanctioning is delayed a year. I think we will though, if we do it now.
Good point. Well, there need to be in deadline, like teams. To
I think
begin at this time, that way new teams like the SBN.
Just like lacrosse, Sam, they do that with lacrosse, same thing as lacrosse.
Yeah, like go ahead and commit by June 30th or whatever the
Right.
date this board sets. And then any new teams would be eligible for the championship the following
The next
school
year.
year.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what you're saying. That's how you can play. Yes.
So what would prohibit, I seem to remember girls wrestling, NCHSAA would help host an invitational for a few seasons, which was a little more than a third party doing it on their own. Would that, Commissioner Tucker, would that be an option that this board could consider? Is 26, 27 could be an invitational for that piece, knowing that the full sanction and full championship would come in 27, 28.
Yeah, what we'd have to do would be able to declare when that invitation or event will occur, similar to what we do with cheerleading right now. So anybody who was going to participate in that, we'd have to determine how many contests would, should be played in order to participate in that invitation.
I don't know how you do a statewide invitational for girls flag and do it with ability, because I think that's kind of what we do now.
Well, I think
County does their thing in the fall, and other counties do it in fall, we do it in spring. I don't know how you come together and do one big invitational with fidelity, and who do you invite, how do you select the teams? And what, if everybody's not playing, then what does that do for us? I think we vote. If it gets voted down, then we started in 27, 28.
And they do have, as Darren said, they do have the Durham County Stadium already reserved on hold for the championship that was in the proposal date, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that part's taken care of too. I mean, we got a motion on the table in a second, let's vote.
All right, and the motion on the table is a point of clarity, is there was a prior notice agenda item on yesterday's agenda regarding flag football. So that's what this motion is in relation to. You look on the printed agenda yesterday, it was a prior, this item was prior notice flag football. So I want to put that in the record. There's a motion on the table. Any other comments?
So let me be sure I understand then. So we had a is this a new?
I'm just making the public for documentation status. We had a prior notice agenda, yes, agenda item, yes.
The doctor,
Give me your repeat
motion, clarify the motion.
Yeah. The motion is to sanction girls flag football for the 26-27 school year.
All I just want to clarify is Darren Cove submitted an agenda item to sanction it for 26, 27, and his proposal included 24 game season, state championship on that date. Are we setting that motion aside and just simply dealing with the motion that is at hand right now? Because I think we have to have some disposition with his motion.
Yes, my motion is not his motion. That would be correct.
So with your motion, would it be to let then the staff would figure out the details and how that would work? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Or we can continue to let the flag football committee work through that, because you already have a committee. And we can bring forth working within the guidelines of the high school athletics.
And the expectation that information would be out when?
I looked at staff, what's the typical kind of timeline on when we have students, register? I heard about cross or some sort, right?
Have a
Declaration date.
What are fall eligibility coming into September? When the season is.
When is the lacrosse fall
That's spring, your budget is spring.
And there for what Darren submitted was from the committee, you know.
We might have to adjust it though, based on the recommendation from the high.
But it'll probably, when y'all meet again, it'll probably be close
It can
to
be
the
adjusted.
same.
Would it be, you can ask more efficient staff, and no staff, not. You know, put your recommendation of like the windows, or when you think it should fit best based on the counter. Get feedback from the committee, but y'all on the front end, try to put the organization of it together before it's set up vice versa.
And at the end of the day, we're gonna do what the staff tells us, if that's the way it fits in your calendar. You know,
And I think that's why I'm not recommending Darren's proposal,
Right.
right? Because I think the staff should make those recommendations of when is it, what's the length of the schedule? To my knowledge, no other sport has someone come in with a recommendation on how to run it. That's the staff's
right,
position.
Right.
And we're asking them to have this done by the fall.
If
That's right.
If the mayor's happy.
All right, any other questions or comments? So the motion on the table is sanctioned flag football effective 26-27 start date.
Was there a season tied to that?
Right,
Policy?
Oh,
I just want to make sure I have this correctly.
that wasn't in the motion.
yeah, it was. You added that. You added in the fall, didn't
I added it after the second,
26.
after the second was already accepted, so it's not really part of it.
you? Resend it and say it again.
You ready to say something, James?
Nah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
So there's a motion, it was seconded.
All right, let's go with it. We got a motion. We
Yeah,
got a motion and, it was seconded.
Right. Hang on.
With all due respect, Mr. President, we need to understand this motion and clarity that this motion.
I'm fully aware.
So one second, to be clear, on the agenda item was the motion to sanction flag football. There was a specific timing for that, I guess the agenda item that was noticed to the public. Now, we can potentially modify that through the process, but what was noticed to the public was the agenda item that was submitted yesterday and discussed yesterday. So the revised motion, I guess, has to be very specific in whether that motion or that agenda item being revised to include, and then what will it be included?
So there would it be your,
So it may be that to the extent that the agenda item that was previously noticed to the public yesterday is submitted to the sports committee with recommendation on whatever the board would like to recommend.
could we do this? Because we've got a motion on the floor with a second.
Right.
Could that motion be withdrawn?
That motion could be withdrawn.
And then we deal with the motion that was publicized,
That was publicized yesterday. Yeah,
And
for
then-
yesterday's agenda item.
or whatever that.
Or it could be denied.
Somebody submitted an item. What was a motion? They're not even on the board of directors.
So
Keep saying Darren Coe submitted an item.
Well, because it was a full board.
it wasn't submitted for a motion.
No, it wasn't a motion.
It was put for discussion.
Not a motion.
And so the discussion then led to my motion.
To the motion.
Which is today. There was no motion.
Right.
Correct. So that motion is still the motion.
You
Right,
can withdraw.
so that it can be withdrawn or it can be voted against.
But this board makes the motions and carries out the action.
Correct, yes.
Because we are duly elected to do so.
Correct.
Correct. Which means that's a valid motion.
It's a valid motion.
You can withdraw it.
But I don't,
I withdraw, you withdraw it and just add the fall season on it.
no, but they're talking about going all the way back to Darren's proposal.
Yeah, well, that wasn't, that wasn't a motion.
I'm fine with the motion that I have currently on the table.
Right, you don't have to.
Yeah, it can be withdrawn.
All right. All right. We're gonna deal with the motion you put out there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we got a motion. We got a second. All in favor, raise your hand.
9.
Okay, all opposed, raise your hand.
8.
Motion passes. So, I'm just gonna say this, the problem with the motion is the issue is the time, there's a difference in agreement on the time. It's not about whether we sanction or not. I think, I don't know anybody that wants sanction, including myself, is the time. So I just want to say that publicly because I think that, it's an interesting vote. But I don't know anybody, I didn't talk to anybody in here, and I'm speaking for anybody that doesn't want sanctions by football. Right. That's why, I was starting with the few pieces for that very reason. All right, so motion passes. Flag football starts 26-27 school year. Do we need to take action on the fact that we didn't say the ball?
I recommend with the staff.
I like that staff.
Through when they think this would fit dates. They'll confer with the committee and then you're gonna have to make a calendar adjustments. So we're gonna have to come back at that point, correct? And so let them work through that and then come back and.
Well,
Just in fact, sports calendar.
If we have a new calendar,
That's
we
what I'm
have
saying,
to.
you're gonna have to come back anyway to approve the sports calendar, so let them work through it. Yeah, that's.
we're gonna play devil's advocate.
Gotta get rolling.
That's what I'm saying, they need to get rolling where they find staff, before we tell them where it needs to be.
Play devil's advocate with you. You just said, we can say 26, 27. We're gonna turn it over to staff. What staff? I mean, if we're playing ball, spring.
One division, 7, 8.
I'm not, that's not really.
Well, obviously, the flag football committee felt like there were enough playing to have like 24 games. And then I don't remember if within
I was
that.
told either
it's-
18 to 24, but we can adjust that.
Well, the 24 would be a max.
Right, yeah.
Right. But you gotta start with that in mind, because that's how you build your calendar, that if you're gonna have, you gotta have 24 dates. Unless you're going to allow, I mean, and how many games will it play in a day? If we have, and then SMAC is given that, so now we've gotta figure out. Well, there's a lot of
That's not hard to add, it's just need to get organized, and fit with the account. That's a big task, I'm not saying that lightly, that's why I just have a problem. Me saying on the front end when it needs to happen, I would rather. You're the experts in building that thing, you tell us, now, if you want us to make it happen. That's what can, but
I think we need to make a motion to have it in the fall. And then let the staff figure out the rest of it for in the fall. You know, I'll make that motion right now, somebody can second if they want to. I motion to have the flag football season be in this coming 26, 27 fall. Anybody want to second that?
No second? Ready?
I second.
You got motion, Ryan Tyson saying it's in the fall. Harris Turner,
the eligibility would have to fall
Seconded.
into the fall sports.
Right.
all right, so
You would have to, okay.
all in favor of it being in the fall? Any discussion?
So then what next motion are we gonna have to make?
That's, I think this in, because then we turn it over to staff. After this, then staff works on the details of it.
So that's why it would fall under all other fall sports time.
Yes.
As far as
Fall
eligibility,
under the fall sport window and staff.
September 1st, would be the teams would have to be declared.
Which, Eric, didn't you say that y'all were the only ones that were really doing it in the spring and y'all were good? to
Yeah,
play the
yeah,
fall?
we'll make the adjustment for them.
You make beneficial to the beginning of the end in mind, since we already have a facility reserved. I mean, if that we can culminate there and work back from those days.
All right, any other discussion? I agree with you, Roy. Brian said there was a facility already. Yeah. All right, all in favor of being in the fall, raise your hand.
Yeah. You don't really know part of him.
Yes.
13.
13, all opposed.
Or Don.
Don had his hand up on the screen.
Oh.
All right. Moving to the next item. Boys volleyball. Mr. Idles, if you have anything you need to share, you think from boys volleyball, or we can move right into it. Is there a motion regarding boys volleyball?
I'll make a motion to sanction boys volleyball starting this coming 2026-27 school year, playing in the spring. So all of them have played in the spring in the past.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. It's second, boys, second, Eric Turner, second. All right. Any discussion, any questions?
Again, for consistency, my reasoning is my reasoning. You know, I think just by the nature of the conversation you just had the last 10 minutes, that feels rushed. There's more time to get to a volleyball championship. I don't feel quite as rushed. But folks, my whole opinion is when we roll something out, we want it to be first class, we want it to be clear to everybody. And I just don't know that that's the case right now.
We got a bunch of teams ready to go. And we got the Queen's University already reserved for the state championship as well. With all proceeds and gate now going to the High School Athletic Association. The rent is free or paid for by the Volleyball Association.
So the league who has that reserved is the Volleyball Association?
Currently, which they've had conversations with our High School Athletic Association staff, so they're aware.
Is that true, staff? There's been connections.
All right, any other questions, any other comments? Again, this item for the public was prior noticed on yesterday's agenda. Boys volleyball. So we have a motion on the table and a second. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Raise your powder.
Ten.
All right, all opposed, raise your powder.
Seven.
Okay, motion carries. Boys volleyball is sanctioned and will start in the spring of 2027. Again, I want to make a public comment. I do not think, I'm not speaking for everybody here. I think this is a timing issue versus whether it's sanctioned or not. I think there was support from this board, a lot of support from this board for both sports to be added, be sanctioned. So we'll move forward from here. But we have now added 2 sanctioned sports, men's volleyball and flag football for girls. And both will start 26-27 school year. So anything else for any other agenda, anything else, any business we need to handle before we close up for the day?
I will just say that I think the executive committee or whoever is, we're adding sports and more duties on our staff to the commissioner to give feedback to the appropriate leadership of number of staff, can we afford more staff or not, just so we can support them the best we can as we add more burdens to them. And that's all. Make sure they got what they need.
I have a similar question that Sam was talking about the queue, you know, adding 2 new sports, what does that do to capacity of staff? Is that something that, you know, you're gonna need to look at additional staff person? Just, you know, as we add additional things, we can't expect everybody to do the same thing with less resources. So just curious.
Well, obviously, to add additional staff between now and the fall, when we just approve something for the fall, I don't know if that's really gonna help us that much. I mean, we have a new staff member that's on board May 18th, and obviously she'll have to pick up and help with that. I have no doubt that this staff will do whatever needs to be done. The motions have been made. The vote has been carried out, and I think our staff will rise to the challenge of being able to do what we need to do. Having additional people would just simply allow somebody else to be able to go to a site and cover it. But we'll get it done. I don't think the board needs to worry about whether or not we have enough staff. We got capable staff, and that's the key. I don't think quantity is not the issue. Quality is what we have, and I think our staff will be able to get it done. Now, if y'all disagree with me, go ahead and say something.
So I agree with quality 100%.
Quality, having officials today, pay quality, all the time, go hand in hand. There's not more staff, I don't know what we can afford. I know the budget committee, you guys can handle that. I just want to make sure that's taken care of.
And I appreciate that question, but that question has now come after the action has been taken. It's time for that question before the action is taken.
Well, it's not. That's why the question is there. To ask you to-
That's
No,
my opinion, I don't know. That's okay.
Right, but let me finish. The question is there to you to ask her if she needs additional help on her staff. It can come before or after the motion. It doesn't matter. Can your staff carry out what we're asking you as a board? And if not, then as a board, we need to have those conversations.
Well, I may not know though until 2 weeks from now.
And that's fine. Yeah.
I think it's gonna take some time to look and see what all this entails moving forward, and we're lucky we've had the work that Erica, you and the group you've been dealing with flag football. There's a lot of work has been done. That obviously will help, it won't hurt. And then the volleyball association has done a lot of work, that'll help as well, and then we can assess moving forward. I'm sure Ms. Tucker will assess and will support what's needed to be done staff wise to move forward.
And at the end of the day, Doc, we've done what you've always said, we've provided more opportunities for kids. And everybody agree, disagree, don't matter how you voted, but at the end of the day, that's what took place.
And that's why I said what I did.
And everybody in here is for that. I'm 100% right.
I'm not
100% agree with that.
person this whole time we've been together to say anything about not going to this direction for these two.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would agree.
We knew it was gonna happen. Here we are.
That's right.
All right, Ms. Tucker, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, first of all, just want to thank the board of directors for your work over these 2 days. I've been here since June 1st, 1991, and this may be the longest, I think it is, the longest second day board meeting we've ever had. And I think that speaks volumes to what we had before us, and the fact that this group has always tried to do what's in the best interests of students. As my final official duties as your commissioner, I want to thank those boards of directors in the past for their confidence. I can go all the way back to 1991 when I was hired, and I think about those people who sat on that committee when I came in for an interview. Some of you remember Mike Brown. Some of you will remember Carol Smith out in the Manio, Currituck area. But I remember standing before that group, never thinking that I would be here this long. And you know that old saying, time flies when you're having fun. Well, obviously it has flown. So, and then as I moved towards this time, and that board that, and Mo Green was the president at that time, when I was recommended to be the commissioner, to get rid of that interim status. And so, you know, I thank that group for their confidence in believing that I could do this job. And then, of course, the staff. I've been blessed with working with just tremendous individuals. And so I appreciate their work. I appreciate, you know, their loyalty. I appreciate their willingness to do what the board has directed us to do. And so, you know, to them, thank you. You know, it's never easy. I think he said it best, and Roy said it, and these guys have said it so often. Being the leader is not easy, but you stand for what is right. You know, that's what my mom and dad taught. you work hard. I came up through segregation. And, you know, my mom was a public school teacher. And my mom made sure we knew how to stand up and talk in front of people. My dad made sure we understood, talking about my sister and me, that we understood how important it is to get along with everybody. And so we worked hard. You do the right thing. And that's what I have done, especially over these last so many years, is to try to do the right thing as I've spoken to legislators and whomever needed to be heard, is to do the right thing and then treat other people as I wanted to be treated. The golden rule, do unto others. And so that's been my philosophy. And so, you know, it'll come to a close, you know, in the fall, and it'll hit home then. But, you know, so thank you for giving me this opportunity. All of you have helped me in so many ways that you don't even know. So I just want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work that we've done. And yeah, there's some challenges as we go through the summer, but as I said to you, when I sent you my letter of resignation or retirement, I'll work every day until I walk out the door. And so that's my commitment. So thank you. And I know that this group and future boards will continue to do what is right for kids, to do what education-based athletics is all about. And we can't ever set that aside. We're different than college. We're different than pros. We're trying to teach lessons. And so never forget that. Always keep that in front of you. So thank you. It's been a joy.
Thank you.
Board members, staff, we appreciate all your hard work the last 2 days. And it's not just that. I don't know if people realize the emails you get. You're sitting there and you're dealing with your own job or whatever, and all of a sudden you get an email, you're like, that isn't like somebody always emails me, and then you realize it's part of your board responsibility. So appreciate all you do. And I hope you have a great end to the 25-26 school year, and I hope I do too. I'm hoping on that. But Ms. Tucker, you said something, I want to say this to you. And I mean this from my heart, and it's just about loyalty. When somebody puts in their time and does what you've done so long, I hope, you said the word home. I hope this building, whoever the next leader is, always makes you feel welcome in a home you build here. This is a tremendous, tremendous fault. So as we close today, I just leave you with this. Keep playing to win and not keep losing. We struggled here at the end trying to get something, but we got to, you're right, Brian. And one thing, you know, I've enjoyed talking with you during the time you've been on this board. And you're right, we did something good for kids today. We did 2 great things for kids right here at the end. A lot of things during the day, but these 2 were big. So I hope people are happy in the way they've turned out. And let's take care of kids and see kids flourish. And 2, you know, Jamie, you've got one at your house. I know is going to be excited. And I'm missing somebody else's child, but I met that child and I know she's going to be excited. So this concludes our meeting, and I think there's lunch, and we're going to a press conference, right? Dale, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Not sure you know.